Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Quadruplets Make Six, a fake relationship secret baby romance by Nicole Elliot, narrated by Kendall Taylor and Jeremy York. 1. Libby. What was the saying? Always the bridesmaid, never the bride? Well, it would be true if I was ever asked to be a bridesmaid. I was sitting at the kitchen table, staring at another wedding invitation on my fridge. The door was littered with them. Over the course of the past 3 years, I'd gotten 18 wedding invitations, and usually that meant I had a lot of friends, people who wanted me to share their special day with them and celebrate on the dance floor with drinks and good food. Not the case. Most of them were pity invites. By pity invites, what I mean is most of them were family. Cousins and uncles, my father getting remarried, my aunt's third wedding. A couple of them were from my friends, but the rest of them were familial gatherings. Weddings where you had to invite everyone in the family, otherwise they risked offending someone. And no one wanted to offend anyone else in my family. Ever. I had yet another wedding coming up. That weekend, actually. And my parents were breathing down my neck about it. They wanted to know what kind of dress I was wearing and what color heels I'd be putting with it. Mom kept calling and asking if I needed someone to come do my makeup, and Dad kept hounding me about what colors looked better against my skin than most. It was the same old situation. They started with my outfit, instructed me as to what makeup techniques looked better against my massive doe eyes. Then they criticized all the dresses I had picked out before forcing me to buy yet another one. Another dress to shove to the back of the closet after wearing it only once. It was getting old. I could outfit a thrift shop with the stuff I had in my closet. But I knew the infamous question was coming. As my phone rang on the couch, startling Mozart off my lap, I sighed when I saw my mother's name scrawling across the screen. My calico cat hissed at it, seemingly upset at the fact that my vibrating phone ruined his very important cuddle time. "Don't worry, I'm mad too," I said. I knew what this phone call was about. We were a week out from the wedding, and there was one question that still hadn't been asked. One question that always started the same old argument between me and my mother. And usually, my father was there to step in. Even though they divorced when I was 14, they found a way to agree on this one freaking topic just to annoy me. Just to make me feel worse. "Hello?" "Hey there, sweetie. How was work?" Mom asked. "It was what it was," I said. "How are you?" "Oh, I'm fabulous. Just picked up a new outfit for the wedding." "Hey, princess." "Dad? You're here too?" I asked. I am, he said. "To what do I owe this wonderful conference call?" I asked. "Well, your father and I were talking, and I know you RSVP'd to the wedding without a +1, but I ran across this wonderful man in the grocery store today, and we got to talking. I don't have a date for the wedding, Mom. And you know that's okay, right?" I asked. "Hear her out, princess. He actually seems like a nice guy," Dad said. "Is Dad here to be your moral support while you set me up?" I asked. "The last time I tried to set you up with someone, you hung up on me and refused to take my calls. I figured you wouldn't hang up on your father. So yes, I asked him to participate," Mom said. "Dad, I love you, but I've got no issues hanging up on you," I said. "See? Told you, Angela," he said. "Libby, would you stop being so stubborn for once and listen?" she asked. "He's a wonderful man." "You mean from what you could tell in the deli section of the grocery store?" I said. "How did you know I was in the deli section?" she asked. "You're always in the deli section," my father said. "It's why your cholesterol's so high." "I did not put you on this call so you could berate me about my health again," she said. "You mean besides the fact that it's terrible and you won't see 60? He asked. "I never thought I'd be happy about the two of you arguing," I said. "Sorry, sweetheart. I didn't think it would take this long to convince you to take a date to the wedding, she said. I don't need a date, Mom. You need to put yourself out there, Libby. You're 27 years old. I already had you by this point, she said. You also weren't working and were married by the time you were 22, I said. Because I put myself out there. You're cooped up in your small little apartment in the middle of Chicago with no one to make sure you're okay and some orange-colored cat that hisses at everything that moves. No, he just hisses at you, Mom, I said. I like that cat, my dad said. See, Mozart likes Dad, I said. But I have to agree with your mother on this one, he said. Seriously, Daddy? We're doing that shtick now? The two of you couldn't agree on curtain colors, but you can agree on the fact that I need a date to a wedding for people I can't even remember from my childhood, I asked. You don't remember Logan? He's your father's brother's first child, Mom said. We never visited his side of the family much, I said. That was kind of a lie. I had always liked Logan. I just didn't want to go. You can blame your mother for that, he said. See, I told you we didn't get to see my family enough. Oh, can it, Michael? We were much closer to your family in Wisconsin than we were to my family in North Carolina. Get over yourself, she said. And here we go again, I said. Let's agree to never do conference calls again. Sweetie, the guy's really nice. Soft-spoken, nice brown eyes, head full of hair, and a kind smile, she said. So he's a pansy, my father said. Won't you shut up, Michael, she asked. You asked me to join this call. I didn't realize you were setting our daughter up with a pansy. Our daughter deserves a man, someone who can take care of her and protect her in that run-down apartment she's living out of, he said. Thanks, I think, I said. She needs a date for this wedding, my mother said. I'm tired of people asking me why she isn't dating. I'm tired of all my friends marrying off their children but me. I'm tired of looking at other women becoming grandmothers, but not me. So, me having a date for the wedding is somehow about you not having grandchildren? I asked. And your mother's gone off the deep end, Dad said. I have not. My reasons for her having a date are valid. I'm worried about you, sweetie. You never get out. Your friends say you're pulling away. You mean the assholes from high school I never kept up with because they pushed me into lockers and stole my clothes from gym class so I couldn't get changed? I asked. Language, princess. No one likes a potty mouth. Says the man who yells fuck at the TV like it keeps the Browns playing. Look, I don't need a date to the wedding. Yes, you do, my mother said. Holy crap, I don't need a date because I have one. What in the world had just flown out of my mouth? The phone conversation went dead silent as my mind started to swirl. A date for a wedding? I didn't have a date for this wedding. I could hear my parents breathing as I stood up from the couch, walking over to the measly living room window that overlooked the alleyway down below. A date for the wedding. Shit. I just told my parents some non-existent man was taking me to this wedding. Oh my gosh. I knew you were holding out on us. Why did you RSVP for only yourself if you had a date? My mother asked. Because I only asked him to go with me a few days ago, I said. What's his name, princess? How long have the two of you been together? My father asked. The two of you can bombard him with those questions at the wedding, but, he's about to pick me up soon, so I have to go, I said. Wait, you're going on a date, and you didn't tell me? My mother asked. I haven't met this boy yet, my father said. Well, I haven't lived with you for 6 years, so you won't meet him until the wedding, I said. I gotta go, you guys. Love you. Make sure you wear makeup, my mother said. And don't forget to wear things that flatter your hips, my father said. Thanks. Yeah, got it. Okay, bye, guys. Bye. I hung up the phone call as I stared mindlessly out the window. Great. Now I had to come up with a date to this wedding. Or I could show up alone and tell my parents he dumped me. That could work too. But then my mother would start prowling around again at my cousin's wedding for someone not related to us that I could dance with. And that would be horrendously embarrassing. I made my way back to the couch and crossed my legs. Mozart jumped into my lap and settled down, his tail wrapping around my wrist. "I know you want me to pet you. Just hang on," I said. I opened up my internet and did a quick Google search. How to find a last-minute date to a wedding. Surely the internet could help me in one of the many areas of my life I kept screwing up. I scrolled through the multiple blog entries and clicked through pages. I ignored the sponsored links as my eyes fluttered around the screen of my phone. And when I was about to close my internet and relegate myself to being broken up with by some non-existent boyfriend, a window popped up on my phone. Date night. I scrolled through the contents and read through all the advertisement material. I'd heard about this application before. I heard some of the women at work talking about it. From what I gathered from my eavesdropping sessions, it was a website that helped people hook up. It was popular because it made connections between people almost instantaneous. I wasn't looking for someone to have sex with, but I was looking for someone instantaneous. A man to pop out of thin air, help me navigate this wedding, then go away. And I was desperate enough to get curious. I downloaded the application onto my phone and created a profile. I chose a picture of myself from my photo album on my phone, then went through the rigmarole of filling out the profile. It was all very basic. Name, age, height, body type, likes and dislikes, a small introductory paragraph that described me in a nutshell. Me. How would I describe me? Hi, guys. No, that was wrong. So I backspaced it and tried again. Hello, gentlemen. Yikes. Way too sultry. The last thing I had going for me was sultry. To the men who have stopped by. A letter. Okay. I could get behind this. Write it like a letter. To the men who have stopped by. Hello. My name's Libby. Now what? I groaned, then flopped my head back onto the couch cushions. What in the world was I supposed to say about myself? Hello, my name's Libby, and I live in a small apartment with my cat Mozart, but don't worry, I'm not some crazy cat lady. This was a bad idea. My phone vibrated in my hand with a message from someone. I furrowed my brow as I opened it, navigating away from the letter of pathetic nuance I was writing to all of the men who wouldn't stop by my profile. I clicked on his profile and thought he was pretty handsome, so I navigated back to his message. But once I read what he wrote, I was no longer interested. Hey there, Libby. Got any more pics? Rolling my eyes, I went back to my profile. I finished typing up a little bit about myself, including what I did for work and some of the hobbies I enjoyed. Reading, taking long walks, drinking way too much tea. There was no point in trying to frame it any other way. If a guy wanted to cruise through my profile, he might as well get a taste of the boring lifestyle I led. Within the first half hour, I received dozens of messages from men, and while they all seemed promising, it all delved into the same topic after the first few messages: sex. Eventually, all they wanted to talk about was sex. Got any pics? Hell of a rack you got. You like a little age play? I'll buy you dinner if you let me show you the things I can do to you. I was seconds away from deleting the very profile I had set up when another message came through. I ignored it and navigated to my settings, trying to figure out how to get rid of this damn thing. But it was his second message that caught my eye. Sorry if that was cheesy. It's a line from my favorite poem. Furrowing my brow, I opened up the message. My eyes scanned the first one he sent me as a small smile bloomed across my cheeks. I recognized the poem. I actually had the book sitting on my bookshelf. I will not play tug-o-war. I'd rather play hug-o-war, where everyone hugs instead of tugs, where everyone giggles and rolls on the rug, where everyone kisses and everyone grins, and everyone cuddles, and everyone wins. Shel Silverstein, I said. I've got that book on my bookshelf. Where the sidewalk ends, the man said. It's a good book. What else do you read? He asked. Anything I can get my hands on. I've got some biographies and some crime novels, a couple of James Patterson books, and some Nora Roberts. Reading anything currently? He asked. Yes, actually. The Wheel of Time series. It's a high fantasy story. I wish I had the time to read things like that. Fantasy has always tickled my pleasure, but I simply don't have the time to read like I used to. Why not? I asked. What keeps you so busy? My career, mostly. What do you do for a living? Work way too much, he said. What do you do? Work way too much for too little pay, I said. The conversation was lighthearted and enjoyable, and not once did it turn to the idea of sex. He seemed interested enough in me to play my boyfriend for a night, so I went out on a limb and took the plunge. The worst he could say was no, and since we weren't face-to-face, the idea of rejection seemed easier to stomach. So I dove in head first. Can I be honest about something? I asked. I'd appreciate it if you were, he said. I need a date for a wedding this weekend. It's why I created my profile. I'm not actually here for, extracurricular activities. Most men on here are dogs anyway. I created my profile a few months ago to find people to spend my time with. The problem with me working all the time is that it doesn't leave much time to do what I want, much less date, he said. That makes sense. I've got time to date, but no one wants to date me. I regretted sending the message the moment it popped up on the screen. Why not? You seem like an intelligent woman, he said. I'm quiet, I said. I go to work, come home, cuddle up with my cat. The bar and club scene isn't my thing, and I miss my books way too much while I'm at work. I remember those days. What days? I asked. The days where things seemed easier and I had time to enjoy what I used to enjoy. For some reason, my heart ached for him. I couldn't put my finger on it, but he seemed almost sad. The wedding's Saturday. The ceremony starts at 5. Then there's this massive reception. My parents were trying to set me up with some guy my mother met in a grocery store, and then I really stuck my foot in it by telling them I already had a date. That isn't a parent's place. A parent should be able to respect their child's decision with their lives, no matter the course taken. So many parents try to live their lives through their children, and the only thing it does is make those kids miserable. I'm sorry you're going through that. You hit the nail on the head, I said. If you're asking me to accompany you to the wedding, I'd love to. Holy shit. This was gonna work. The wedding and the reception is at the Stan Mansion. Do you know where that is? I'm familiar with it, yes. So, how does this work? Do I just tell you I'll see you there? I asked. That's fine by me. I look forward to seeing you then. 5 o'clock at the Stan Mansion on Saturday. Correct, I said. I look forward to meeting you, Libby. A smile crossed my face as the green dot by his name disappeared. Messages were still popping up on my screen, asking me for insane things like my number and a picture of my boobs. Men were disgusting and relentless. It was one of the many reasons why I didn't date. But this guy seemed different. I just hoped he could keep himself together for a night before trying to get me in bed.
2. Graham. Graham, why don't you try another color? You're always wearing black, Jake said. There's no other suit color to wear to a wedding as a groomsman unless you wish to look tacky, I said. Plus, these are the suits Logan picked out for us to wear. Oh, come on. We could really do a number on him. Show up in some bright pink suits with daisy-colored bow ties. What color is daisy-colored exactly? I asked. You know, white and yellow. Then why didn't you simply say white and yellow? Because I'm difficult. Which is why you're still single, I said. No, I'm still single because I'm not a big, badass billionaire like you are. Which is why you have no excuse for still being single. Besides my crazy-ass ex, I said. We all have that crazy-ass ex. That doesn't mean you stop messing around with women. I think you don't have enough excitement in your life. Your complaint is duly noted. I held out my hands as the tailor continued to measure the suit to my body. I was happy for our friend Logan. He'd been looking all his life for the perfect woman for him. And even though he was getting married for the first time at 42 years of age, I could tell he was happy. In love. Envisioning a future with his very beautiful bride at his side. Mary Ann was the only woman I'd ever seen him date that seemed interested in more than his money, so that was enough for me. Because it was more than I could say for my ex. How's that suit coming along? Jake asked. A suit fitting doesn't take this much conversation, I said. Oh, come on. Quit being a stick in the mud. Did you roll off a cliff this morning after you got out of bed? What's that even supposed to mean? It means you got up on the wrong side of the bed, then went cliff diving towards your death. You're in a mood. Cheer up. Our friend's getting married. You know how I feel about the sanctity of marriage. Yeah, which is why I think it's funny that Logan actually asked you to be a groomsman, he said. I'm happy for him, really. Because she doesn't want him for his money. Doesn't seem that way, no, I said. You're not happy for him because he's in love. You know how I feel about love, too. Dude, you really let that woman get under your skin, he said. I made a life with her. So yes, you could say she got under my skin, I said. Just because your engagement tanked. My engagement didn't tank. She blew a damn hole in the ship, Jake. She intentionally sunk what we had. That's it, I said. So now you don't believe in love or marriage or soulmates or anything of that shit. Because it's exactly how you described it. Shit, I said. You really gotta let go of all that, he said. So long as I have to deal with her, I'll never really be able to. I told you not to get into all that shit so early into the relationship. Yeah. So you keep reminding me. But that shit, as you so wonderfully put it, are the best things that have ever happened to me when I was dealing with her. I just hate it all had to come from that woman. Whoa, dude. The hell happened with her? She called you, didn't she? This morning, yes, I said with a sigh. What happened? She called wanting to create a mess like she always does, and I shot her down. She got upset and threatened to come to the house, so I had to put my security team on high alert before I left to come here. But everything's okay, right? He asked. Yep. And they're all on high alert until you get back so she doesn't do anything stupid? They are, I said. Then don't sweat it. Try to relax. If she's still got all those issues, she probably isn't coherent enough to get to you anyway, he said. Can we change the topic now? Well, you don't like marriage, so we can't talk about Logan's wedding. You aren't dating, so we can't talk about who you're banging. I'm not dating, so we can't talk about who I'm banging. What's there to talk about if we can't talk about banging? I chuckled and shook my head as I put my hands back down. Jake was still having his measurements taken as a glass of bourbon was handed to me. I was happy for Logan, I really was, and I didn't want anyone to get me wrong on that front. But I would be keeping a close eye on that woman he was marrying. Logan was a good guy, but sometimes that good guy persona could cloud his vision. The moment she started taking advantage of him, I was going to try and intervene. If anything, I could save him from all I had to endure. Want to go get some cigars after this? Jake asked. Only if there's alcohol involved, I said. Logan just texted me. Says tonight won't work for the bachelor party because Mary Ann isn't feeling well. Then tell him to join us for drinks and cigars. I'll buy us all a nice lunch, sneak in a stripper somewhere, Then he can get back to taking care of Mary Ann. I'll let him know, he said. I threw back the rest of my drink before I checked my phone. Everything was good at the house. For now.
3. Libby. I confirmed things with the guy from the application twice before I realized how badly this was going to go. He hadn't logged back on since Thursday evening, which meant he wasn't going to see any of my questions. I didn't know anything about him. His name was Tony, and that's all I knew. What he looked like. His profile pictures was a picture of a beautiful sunset, but the other pictures on his profile were of his home. At least I thought it was. There were beautiful photographs of sunlit rooms and real wood furniture that sparkled in the noontime sun. There was a picture of a swimming pool that overlooked a beautiful estate and a hot tub bubbling off to the side. There was a picture of a fully loaded bathroom with a steam sauna and everything. A walk-in stone shower that could easily fit 5 people lying down, and a picture of a 4-poster bed with sheer fabric hanging down on all sides. It was like a fairy tale, scrolling through those pictures. But it didn't give me any indication of what he looked like. It wasn't that any of that mattered, I just didn't know who I was looking for. I was hoping he'd log on before the wedding and see my questions so I was better prepared. But the response never came. I was getting worried. Was he having second thoughts? Was he actually going to show? I was a nervous wreck getting ready for my cousin's wedding, and I was even more nervous when I arrived. "Libby!" My mother came and gave me a massive hug before my father did the same. "You look wonderful in that dress, Princess," he said. "Thanks, Daddy," I said. "So, where's this wonderful date of yours?" my mother asked. "He'll be here soon," I said. "He didn't bring you?" my father asked. "He had to work today. Got called in last minute," I said. "So, what's his name? Is he handsome? What does he do for work?" she asked. "Why don't you ask him all those questions when he gets here?" I asked. I smoothed my hands down my pale pink dress as I stood at the entrance of the Stan mansion. This place was massive and breathtakingly beautiful. I had no idea how much something like this would cost for a wedding and a reception. Logan was well off, but this much? I had no idea. The woman Logan was marrying was a control freak. Perfect makeup, perfect hair, and perfectly matching outfits. She was constantly criticizing what my cousin was wearing and was out here still bossing people around. It was 15 minutes until she was supposed to walk down the aisle, and she was making everyone close their eyes so she could traipse around in her wedding dress and rearrange flowers at the last minute. It was insane. And the closer the clock crept to 5, the more my stomach began to sink. "Should we go save you and your date some seats?" my mother asked. "Yeah, that would be nice," I said. "You said he was coming with you to the wedding, right?" my father asked. "He did," I said. "Are you sure he isn't already here and he just came in the wrong entrance? Aunt Myrtle and her boyfriend did that," she said. "Aunt Myrtle has a boyfriend?" I asked. "Oh, yes, they've been dating for a couple of months now," she said. "Bless that man," my father said breathlessly. "Michael?" "I gotta agree with Dad on this one," I said. "Aunt Myrtle's a piece of work some days." "Some days? She's a piece of work every second of her life," my father said. "You just don't like her because she caught you." "Whatever bad memory this brings up, can the two of you cut it out? We're at a wedding, for heaven's sake." "You guys got divorced, so give it up," I said. I felt bad for snapping at my parents, but my palms were beginning to sweat. A breeze kicked up through the door, ruffling my pink dress and blowing my black hair around. The more the minutes ticked by, the more I was convinced I'd been stood up. I pulled my phone from the pocket of my dress and checked the application one last time. But nothing had changed. He hadn't even logged back in. Tony was going to be a no-show. Shit. My parents were hovering over me. their eyes studying me closely. It was 5 minutes before this wedding was supposed to start, and I was 2 minutes away from telling them the truth. Telling them I'd found a date on an app on my phone so they would get off my back. I couldn't tell them he was suddenly not coming because then they'd want to see the text message or listen to the fake phone call I'd have to take, or anything to try and figure out what the hell was going on. What was going on? Why in the world did I convince myself I could pull this off? "Libby, is everything okay?" my father asked. "Look, this happens to me more than you think it does," I said, loud enough for people around us to hear. "It's why I don't date. I find a guy who agrees to go out, he seems all charming, then he doesn't show up." I was feeling defeated, and now people were staring. Great. "But I thought the two of you were dating already," my mother asked quietly. "Yes, I mean, kind of," I said. "What do you mean by kind of?" my father asked. "She means we've only met each other a few casual times before." There was a low rumbling behind me before an arm slipped around my waist. The hand that cupped my side was strong, with an air of confidence. I looked up at the man standing beside me and couldn't believe my eyes. He was the most attractive man I'd ever seen. "You must be the parents," he said. "I'm Graham Alexander." Graham? Not Tony? Not the bookwork from the app. This guy was a total stranger. Not that Tony wasn't either, honestly. The man shook my parents' hands, and I could tell they were both impressed. But who was I kidding? I was impressed as well. The man standing at my side was tall and strong. I could tell by his grip on my waist that he had a strength underneath his very polished black suit. He had these fierce blue eyes that were ready to put a wall between my parents and myself. He had a thick head of dark brown hair with honey brown highlights that made his skin sparkle. I had a hard time ripping my eyes away from him. "Yes, Mom, Dad. This is Graham, the guy I was telling you about," I said. The web of lies continued. "I hope you'll excuse my tardiness. The groom needed my attention," Graham said. "Why does your name sound so familiar?" my mother asked. "I thought you said he had to work late," Dad pressed. Everyone was confused, including me. He was in the wedding, and where the hell was Tony? And what would I do if he showed up? "I'm sure he'd love to stand around and talk, but it's 2 minutes before Logan gets married," I said. "Well, I can't wait to talk more with this very handsome man standing at your side, sweetie." "Down, girl," my father said with a grin. "Graham, pleasure to meet you. I can admire a man who's dedicated to his work and still on time. We'll just take Libby to sit so you can join the men up front." "I'll meet you there in a minute, Dad." My parents shook Graham's hand one last time before they turned and walked away. And of course, the wedding was late because Logan's fiancé was throwing some sort of tantrum upstairs. A bunch of the bridesmaids were rushing up there trying to figure out why in the world she was screaming for them. I felt so bad for Logan and what he was about to get himself into. "So, did I just save you from something?" Graham said. "Embarrassing? Like getting stood up at a wedding?" Yes, you did. Thank you." "Not a problem. I hope I was able to fill some of those holes without your parents raising too many eyebrows. You're Libby, I suppose?" "Yes, nice to meet you, Graham." "Friend of Logan's?" "Yeah, we went to college together. Marianne isn't super terrible, by the way, though she's putting on quite a show today. She definitely seems to be trying something." "You look splendid this evening, by the way." I felt myself blush at his words. "You look great in that suit. It looks like it was made for you." "It was," he said with a grin. "Comes with the territory of the work I do." "Which you might have to tell me about," I said. "One step at a time," he said with a wink. My heart slammed against my chest. He was smooth, very smooth, not at all the kind of man I expected to be with tonight, because he most certainly wasn't the kind of man I attracted on a regular basis. He had muscles pushing against his suit, and the warmth of his body was pounding against my skin. He still had his arm wrapped around me, holding me close as he grinned down into my face. My gosh, this man was breathtaking. I simply couldn't take my eyes off him. "I'm happy to be your date for the evening, Miss Libby." "And I'm happy you're my date for the evening, Mr. Graham, but I think I really should go take a seat," I said. "In the back, next to the corner, or do you want to sit on the aisle?" he asked. "In the corner's fine. I'm more comfortable that way." "Might I ask why?" His hand slipped from around my waist before he wrapped his fingers around mine. Our hands interlocked, and I could feel my heartbeat thundering in my chest. His hands were large, encompassing the whole of mine as I stared down at the connection. I prayed to whatever God could hear me that my hands didn't start to sweat. "Just don't like being the center of attention is all," I said. "Then let's go find you the best corner to sit in," Graham said. He led me into the room before we scooted along the wall. The very back row had the corner seats open, and he ushered me into the aisle before the two of us sat down. Logan eyed me, then smiled, then shot me a small wave. He looked nervous, but he looked happy. And even though I thought his bride-to-be was a pain in everyone's butt, I couldn't deny that he looked incredibly excited to marry her. I waved back before he nodded his head. He was motioning to the man beside me, and I shook my head. Logan gave me a thumbs up as Graham slipped past me and walked up beside Logan. How was he going to explain this to him? Hopefully he was too busy focused on his own special day that he would ignore the way Graham had led me to my seat. His strong arm wrapped around my waist. Oh, this man kept up with his body. I could feel a very uncomfortable flush rise up my neck. The room stood as the bride began to march down the aisle. For all her antics and how high-strung of a human being she was, she looked incredible. She was all smiles as her eyes locked onto Logan, and I looked over to see my cousin tearing up. Logan was crying at the sight of his fiancée in her wedding dress. I couldn't help the smile that crossed my cheeks. I hope to have that one day. I hope to walk down the aisle in a beautiful dress to a man who couldn't contain his emotions once he saw me. I hoped one day to stand with our hands clasped together and not be able to get through my vows because I'd be crying from happiness. The entire ceremony was wonderful, and I was so glad I attended. It warmed my heart to see my cousin so happy, and it gave me hope that him and this insane woman would somehow make things work. When the two processed back down the aisle, I stood and clapped. I threw my hands over my head and whooped for the two of them as I caught my cousin's eyes again. He picked up his newly wedded wife and carried her the rest of the way down the aisle. Their lips locked as a silent tear fell down my cheeks. One day that would be me. One day.
4. Graham. I couldn't believe how fucking beautiful Libby was. When I saw her standing at the entrance to the Stan mansion, it took me only a second to realize what was going on. She was in this pale pink dress that draped over an incredible set of curves. The fluttering fabric of the dress well to her knees, which gave me a wonderful sight of her flexed calves and the heels she was wearing. The dress was sleeveless, baring to me her soft skin that glistened in the setting Chicago sun. The lace that draped over the bodice of the dress gave an innocence to her deep blue eyes. But it was the pale pink's contrast to her raven black hair that tumbled effortlessly down her back. There wasn't a part of her my fingertips didn't throb for. But I could see the distress on her face, and something inside of me leapt straight into action. I walked up the steps toward her, listening to two voices throwing a barrage of questions at her. I guessed those were her parents, and I was ready to put them in their place. I was ready to shut their mouths by telling them to back the hell off their damn daughter. But I knew I had to keep my wits about the situation. This wasn't something I could fight with my money or my words. I had to fight this with decorum and respect. But when I slipped my arm around her waist and felt my fingers brush against her skin, I felt my pelvis pulse with want. She was truly beautiful, really a sight to behold. Her makeup was light, and she came in this petite little package. Her head just barely fell against my chest, and when she craned her neck up to look at me, her deep blue eyes turned into an innocent doe stare. I wanted to run my fingers through her hair. I wanted to wrap my fist within it and pull her lips to mine. I'd met plenty of women to share my evenings with, but I hadn't met one of them that wanted me to do something like this. All this woman wanted was for me to help get her parents off her back for a night. All throughout the wedding, I kept an eye on her. The raw emotion in her eyes throughout the entire wedding told the story of her and Logan, how close they had been at one point, how worried she was about the woman he was marrying. I saw the thumbs up he'd given Libby, and I saw the beautiful flush that crept across her delicate skin. I was strength and she was serenity, and there was a calmness about her body even as her eyes raged with emotion. Unadulterated, unfiltered emotion. I didn't see that a lot in my line of work. Being the owner and CEO of one of the largest tech companies in the country didn't afford me a lot of time to sift through my own emotions. Being a shrewd businessman meant keeping my emotions in check, holding all the cards close to my chest and being able to read a room full of people doing the same damn thing. I never got to be in the presence of people who were unashamed of what they were feeling. I never got to indulge in people who cried whenever they were happy. Hell, I never saw people cry when they were sad. But when Libby turned her face to watch Logan carry Marianne with that tear trickling down her face, something within me popped. Her small little smile, accompanied by that snicker of hers, followed before she dropped her gaze to her feet. With each action I witnessed, it told me more about her, about who she was and the life she was living and how lonely she really was as a woman. I could make her not feel so alone, but only if that was something she wanted. The wedding ended and I found her in the crowd, threading our hands together again. I wanted us to beat the crowd to the reception so she didn't get so caught up in it. I led her along, listening as her small feet clicked behind me in her heels. I knew my way around the Stan mansion very well. I'd hosted many company parties here, and even had a few one-night stands in the decadent suites that lined the second floor. Libby didn't need to know that, however. The last thing I wanted was for her to think I was here only for sex. We found her name tag at one of the tables in the middle of the room, and I could see her cringing. She was looking around, her head bobbing as she counted how many people would be surrounding her. There was a +1 name tag sitting next to her, which I assumed was for the date she was supposed to have. I had another spot at a table with Jake and the blonde he brought from work. But for now, I'd happily be her +1. I grew tired of watching her count the chairs. She was obviously uncomfortable, and I wasn't having it. So I plucked our name tags from the table as her eyes fluttered up to mine. "What are you doing?" she asked. "Follow me," I said. "Where are we going?" "You'll see. Take my hand. Come on." She slipped her hand into mine, and I wove us around the tables. I found one in the back that was partially covered by the shadows of the room. I removed 2 of the name tags and replaced them with ours, then sat her down in her seat before I kissed the top of her head. "Be right back," I said. "But we can't do that." I strode away from her and set the 2 name tags down on the other table in the middle of the room. The last thing I was going to do was watch Libby be uncomfortable all night. "There," I said as I sat beside Libby. "Much better." "Logan and his wife aren't going to be happy," she said. "Then I'll pay them for their heartache," I said. "Logan is super low-key. He won't care." "I think they sat us there because my parents are sitting at that table." "Then they can move their name tags as well, if they want." I cast a glance at her and watched her relax into her seat. I buried the smirk crawling across my cheeks as we watched everyone file in. People were finding their seats, and I could see her parents making their way over to the table. Their eyes were searching the room for Libby before the crowd became too much, and it forced them to sit down at the table instead of move to where we were. "Thank you, Jesus," Libby said with a whisper. "Do you have to go do the processional, as a groomsman?" "Nope, it's just Logan and Marianne, and maybe their parents." "My aunt and uncle, yeah, I'm sure they're in it." I closed my eyes and rolled my shoulders back. My bones popped and clicked, causing me to sigh with relief. Libby shot me a glance, her eyes roaming over my body, before she turned back to watch her cousin and his new wife walk in. I got an incredible view of her ass when she shot up from her chair and started clapping. It took all I had not to reach out and grab her. I wanted to pull her into my lap and crash my lips right onto hers. She had this rosy pink lip gloss on that called to me. It was practically begging me to capture her lips with mine. And the thing about it was, she had no idea how beautiful she was, how much my body ached to take her in all the ways that would make her beg for mercy. It angered me, the kinds of men that had pawed at her body, not knowing what to do with all the curves she boasted of. The music started up, and I rolled my eyes. Of course there was dancing at a thing like this, and I had to sit there and watch all of the family members dance with one another before we could even do anything. Moms with their sons and dads with their daughters, the happy couple dancing around and trying not to make a mess of things. I didn't understand the point of these big weddings. I didn't understand it when I was planning mine, and I didn't understand it now. "Don't they look beautiful?" Libby asked. "I think she stepped on his toes a couple times," I said. "With the death traps on her feet, I don't doubt it. But he does look happy," she said. "Men always are in the beginning." "What does that mean?" she asked. "All I mean is I hope he knows what he's getting into with her. She strikes me as the kind of person who will always want and demand more than any one person can give." "So you see that too?" I looked down at Libby and could see the worry building back up in her eyes. "Logan is happy," I said. "Maybe behind closed doors she's not like this. Or maybe he really and truly enjoys a woman like that. They exist. There are men out there that enjoy the upkeep of a high-maintenance woman. Also, I have the tendency to be protective of my friends." "But why? I don't get it." "Makes them feel like a man, knowing they can provide for even the toughest of women." "I don't get it on the woman's side, though." "What do you mean?" I asked. "All the makeup and clothes. I wouldn't be able to keep up. I hardly know how to do makeup as it is." "I think you look spectacular." "You know, you don't have to keep complimenting me," she said with a grin. "I only say it if I mean it. No use in telling false tales in order to get a perceived outcome." "What in the world does that mean?" she asked. "Men compliment women because they're looking for only one thing. They don't care what they say so long as they get what they came for. For some men, it's sex. For other men, it's money." "Men compliment women for money?" "Rich women, sure. Men can gold dig as much as women can." "Well, aren't you just a shining ball of positivity?" I grinned down at her as she giggled and shook her head. "Care to dance?" I asked. "I don't think the families are done dancing yet," Libby said. "I didn't mean on the dance floor." "Then where in the world are we going to dance?" I offered my hand to her, and she looked at it quizzically. I wiggled my fingers as I stood from my chair, prompting her to take my hand. I helped her up from her seat and spun her into me, her soft body plodding recklessly into mine. "Sorry," she said. "I'm kind of a klutz in heels." "Don't wear them often?" I asked, as I held her hand in the air. "Not really. The only pairs of heels I own are the ones I've bought for weddings like this." "How many weddings have you been to?" I asked. 18. "You've been to 18 weddings?" "In the past 3 years, yeah," she said. "Sounds like someone's more popular than she leads on," I said, as I slipped my arm around her waist. "That's usually people's reaction. Only 3 of them have been actual friends, 1 from work and 2 from high school. The rest are family functions like this." "Ah, obligatory invitations. I get those sometimes." "For weddings?" she asked. "Weddings, parties, charity balls." "Nope, no parties, and certainly no charity balls. Just weddings for me." "Don't worry, you're not missing anything. It's only more dressing up, putting on a smile, and pretending you want to be there," I said. "You're a cheery old soul, aren't you?" she asked. "I dwell in the land of reality, yes." The 2 of us swayed against one another, her head descending to my chest. I rose my hand up her back, allowing my fingertips to graze over her soft black tresses. Fuck. Everything about this woman was soft. Soft and innocent and playful in a way women around me weren't. She came from a completely different lifestyle and saw the world in a completely different way. She was nothing like the women I sank my teeth into, and I was quickly building an appetite for her. We danced through a few songs before plates of food started being brought out. I pulled out her chair and sat her back down, and the smile she gave me was truly grateful. Most of the women I dated expected these kinds of actions from me, but she didn't. All she wanted was for me to pose as her date. What I did with my time while I was there was inconsequential to her, so long as I kept up the charade for her parents. No woman had ever set so low of a standard for me, and no woman had ever been so grateful for me simply pulling out her chair. "So," I said, "what do you do for a living?" "I'm a part-time secretary at a law firm, and I fill my spare time with tutoring," Libby said. "Did you go to college?" "I did." "What did you major in?" I asked. "Psychology, but no one told me I had to get a master's to really do anything with it. I'm trying to pay off my student loans I have right now so I can go back to school for my master's." "What would you do with it?" I asked. "Social work." "That's in high demand in many parts of Chicago. I'm sure you'll find a very good job in the field." "I don't care about the job, just the children in those kinds of situations." I felt my gut tense. There was something unnerving about what she'd said, something raw and vulnerable in her voice. Knowing there were women as kind as her out there that wanted to work with children in terrible parental situations made my heart melt a bit. "What made you want to pursue something like that?" I asked. "I had a friend of mine in high school who was in a really bad situation, but the offices were so inundated with other children that it took them forever to come around to her. By the time they did, the damage had already been done, and there was nothing they could do for her. I just thought that was so wrong." I could see tears welling up in her eyes again, and I smoothed my hand over her knee. I started caressing her skin through the fabric of her dress while she collected herself. I'd never encountered anyone like her before, so quick to get emotional and so unapologetic for it. She dabbed at her eyes with her napkin before she threw me a kind smile, then sniffled and continued on with the conversation. Like nothing had happened. "What made you want to start your own company?" she asked. "Nothing. I was sort of thrown into what I'm doing now by accident," I said. "How is starting your own company an accident?" she asked. "Drink?" A waiter bent a tray down between us, and I cast him a stern glance. If I had my say in things, I would have chastised him for not waiting until a more appropriate point in our conversation. I plucked a couple glasses of wine for us from the tray, then stared the man down as he scurried away. Drink? I asked. Thanks, Libby said. Anyway, the accident. It all started with a challenge from Google. They do this thing every once in a while where they'll pay someone a certain amount of money to find a hole in their software. A hole? She asked. A bug, a way around things, anything that makes their system vulnerable. I reached out while I was in college and tried it, found a couple different holes, collected my money, and that was that. But soon after, they contacted me. Google contacted you, she said. They did. They wanted to know if I wanted to try it again, only this time with the patch they'd created for it. Found a way around the patch easily, and while I was doing it, I started suggesting some ways to fix it. They hired me while I was a junior in college to help them develop something to make their systems more secure, and it launched me into what I do now. What do you do now? She asked. I have a team of people that help companies of all shapes and sizes secure everything as best they can when it comes to the technological side of their business. So you do something like IT security? Something like that, I said with a grin. The two of us continued to drink wine and get to know one another. The more she loosened up, the more giggly she became. Her cheeks flushed with this healthy glow, and her body turned into me deeper while we talked. She became bolder and wanted to go dance on the dance floor, and she even allowed herself to watch the happy couple cut into the cake. She clapped and whistled for them, her personality taking a complete turn as more alcohol flooded her veins. I enjoyed watching her let loose. I could tell she didn't do it often. I should probably check in on Logan, I admitted. You do have groomsmen duties, right? Not like bridesmaids do. Our stuff was all before the wedding, bachelor party and whatever. I'm kind of off the hook, I guess. And then I can also avoid talking to him about our little situation. You mean our date? The fact that you saved me from being alone? Yes, that. Though I think you saved me a little bit as well. She blushed. So how much longer would you like to stay? She cocked her head at me. I must have made her think I wasn't enjoying her company. The reason I'm asking is because I wanted to know how far we were taking this tonight, I said. My comment stopped her dead in her tracks. I should phrase that differently. If I'm posing as your date, then it doesn't look good on you or myself if I leave without you. So if I go, it makes more sense if you come with me, I said. Oh, yes, that makes sense, Libby said. I didn't mean to insinuate anything else. It's fine. Even if you were, you'd be the only guy that waited until this point before bringing it up. Men can be that way sometimes, I said. It has a time and place. It was the way she said it that shot fire through my veins. A time and place? With any other woman, that would have been a cue for me to pick up on. But with Libby being so different from all those other women, there was a good chance she was simply being truthful. I think I would enjoy getting out of here, she said. Her hand slipped quickly into mine as she threaded our fingers together. Would you like to lead the way, or should I asked. Her eyes connected with mine, and I watched as her pupils widened. Her neck was flushed, and she was biting down on her lower lip. I could see her tits rising to peaks behind the fabric of her dress, and I moved to shield her body from the rest of the crowd. Her physical form was betraying what she was thinking in her mind, and I pulled her close to me so she could feel the way I was growing for her, the way my cock pulsed for her. She fluttered her eyes down before raking them back up my body. Her cheeks were heated, and her breath was coming in shallow pants. I wasn't ashamed of what she was doing to me. She'd worn me down with her clumsy charm and her mild innocence. I squeezed her hand, pulling her back to reality as I watched her shake her head, pulling her from the trance my body had sunk her into. "Lead the way, Graham," she said. And I couldn't have pulled her from that dance floor fast enough.
5. Libby. He tugged me off the dance floor and slammed us into the nearest bathroom. He reached behind me and locked the main door, then grabbed my ass and hoisted me into the air. I couldn't keep my hands off him any longer. The way his muscles tugged at his suit, the way his piercing blue eyes kept their stare on me all night, the way his chiseled jawline seemed to tip his lips into a permanent cheeky grin, like he had a secret to hide. I wanted to see what else was hiding underneath his clothes. Our lips crashed together, all tongue and teeth and lust. He tasted like the wine we'd been drinking as a flush cascaded down my body. He sat me down onto the edge of the sink, his strong hands traveling up my naked thighs. I was trembling for him as my hands gripped his tuxedo jacket. His fingertips hooked into my panties and pulled them down my legs. I could feel my arousal dripping onto the edge of the counter as he shoved my dress up my legs. His lips traveled down my cheek, sliding over my neck as his teeth nipped at my pulse point. I threaded my hands through the thickness of his hair as I pulled his face to my chest. He growled into my skin, sending shivers down my spine as his buckle began to click. I heard his pants hit the floor before he pulled me to the edge of the counter. His face rose from my breasts, our breaths panting against the other's lips. His tongue darted out, capturing my lower lip as he began to suck on it. A whimper fell from my lips, causing him to grin as I felt his cock settle between my legs. "Graham," I said breathlessly, "you're so—" He inched the tip of his dick in, and I held my breath. Inch by inch, he slowly slid in, slicking his cock with my juices. My head fell back right into the palm of his hand as he fisted a handful of my hair. I was trembling by the time he had sunk to his hilt, and my legs wrapped around him to try and pull him even closer. "Shit, Libby, so tight." I adjusted myself on the counter as Graham peppered my skin with kisses. He was massive. Pressing against my walls so much I thought I was going to rip in half. My hands were trembling as I grasped onto his back, my fingernails curling into the jacket of his tuxedo. My face fell into the crook of his neck, nuzzling his ear with my nose as he groaned. Then I rolled my hips. His hands gripped me tightly, imprinting his fingerprints onto the outside of my skin. He set a relentless pace, jolting my body as his lips nipped at my skin. He sucked at my neck and bit into my shoulder. He kissed down to my bosom and pulled my dress down to get a better look. His luscious lips wrapped around my tits as I fell back, his arms cloaking me and holding me close to him as he lapped at my nipples. My head was swirling from all of the passion, and my heart was slamming against my chest. He was a stranger, a man of the night that had emerged in a tuxedo to help me field this wedding. And my body was giving way to him with each caress of his tongue. I rolled my hips desperately into him as he released my nipples with a pop. I could feel him grinning against my skin as my tits bounced in his face. His hand made its way between my legs, parting my juicy folds so he could access that one beautiful spot I had. My legs fell from around him, shaking with delight as his fingers pressed delicately into my swollen clit. "There it is," he said. "Give it to me, Libby. Let yourself go." I clung to his shoulders as my eyes rolled into the back of my head. My toes curled in my heels, and my juices were pouring down my ass crack. I wanted to moan his name, shout it to the heavens as my ecstasy rolled over me. I could feel my pussy clamping down around his cock, urging him to fall over the edge with me as I pulled him deeper into my body. I could feel his hips stumbling around, desperate to keep their pace as my pussy begged for his cum. The pleasure was so great, I couldn't speak. All I could do was shake in his grasp. "Holy fuck. Yes, just... shit." Graham slammed into me one last time before he spilled deep within me. I collapsed further backwards, bending over the grasp his arms had on me. He pulled me back to him, his chiseled chest heaving against my bosom as my face planted into the crook of his neck. I could feel him dripping out of me. I could feel our intermingled juices running against my skin as our sex-tainted scent swirled around our heads. I pressed lazy kisses into his skin as his hands rubbed up and down my back. "Graham," I said with a whisper. He asked. "Thank you for tonight," I said breathlessly. And he responded by pressing a deep kiss to the top of my head.
6. Graham. "You really missed a wild reception," Jake said. "I told Logan I wasn't going to be able to stay," I said. "I had prior plans." "Don't worry, he wasn't upset or anything," he said. I wouldn't have been worried had he been upset. "What kind of plans did you have? Women plans? What are you, 12? "Fine. Want me to talk about the reception?" he asked. "Sure, sounds good." I was out to breakfast with Jake the next morning, and I was trying to keep an eye out for Libby. I suggested this place right by the Stan mansion, in case she had a room there she came back the next day for some reason. Or maybe came back and stayed overnight. I couldn't get my damn mind off her. After our beautiful fucking encounter in the bathroom, I had escorted her to her car. A shabby, run-down hunk of junk I was nervous to even put her in. I gave her a kiss on the cheek and smiled as she got into her car, then waved her off while my stomach sank, watching her drive off. I wasn't sure why I felt that way. Usually one-night stands were easy for me to let go. But this one was different, and I wanted to know why. I was an idiot to not get any more information on her. I didn't know where she worked. I didn't get her damn phone number. I didn't even know what fucking part of Chicago the woman lived in. How the hell did I not know any of this stuff? I spent the entire damn evening with her. Fuck. I was probably never going to see that woman again. "Well, for starters," Jake said, "Logan got trashed. I mean, off his ass trashed. He drank so much at that reception, he fell face first into the damn wedding cake." "He did what?" I asked. "Oh yeah, Mary Ann was pissed, red-faced yelling, and Logan was giggling his ass off like some drunk little schoolgirl. I got it all on my phone. Want to see it?" "Logan drunk is always a good time," I said. "Hit me with it." I watched Jake dig out his phone before my eyes scanned the breakfast place again. I had no idea why the hell a timid woman like Libby would frequent a place like this, but I had to try. It was the only place I'd be caught dead in anyway, so if I had a heart attack from straining to try and find her, at least I wouldn't be embarrassed about where I was. I watched people walk outside on the streets, enjoying the morning sun before the clouds ate it up. I was begging the universe to send her my way. Just walk those curves right by the damn windows of this place, and I could take it from there. My cock throbbed simply thinking of her curves. All of the soft, sensuous meat I felt underneath my fingertips when I ran them up her dress. I drew in a deep breath as Jake shoved his phone into my hands. "Watch the entire thing. It's long, but there's so much shit that happens it's ridiculous," he said. I had to admit, watching Logan fall face first into the cake was pretty impressive. What was more impressive, however, was Mary Ann getting so drunk she was making out with her maid of honor. I chuckled and shook my head as bottles of very expensive champagne were opened and poured onto people. Mary Ann was soaked, and Logan was licking it off her neck. The bridesmaids were standing on tables and showering the dance floor with it. People were slipping around and falling into one another, while parents and the like scoffed in the corner. "Wow," I said. "They really threw a party, didn't they?" "And that's just 20 minutes of the damn thing," Jake said. "Like I said, you missed a party. So tell me about her." "Who?" I asked. "The woman you missed the party for." "What makes you think it was a woman?" "For starters, the hickey on the side of your neck." My hand rose to my neck as I caught my reflection in the window. It was faint, nothing like the marks I knew I'd put on her body, but the red was just red enough, and it was rising up just beyond the collar of my shirt. I felt my cheek tick at the memory of her lips against my neck, and I felt my dick twitch to life again. Breathe, Graham. Secondly, you didn't even sit with us. So, was she hot? Jake asked. It was nothing but a one-night stand, I said. So she was hot. Yes, Jake, she was an attractive woman. Where'd you meet her? He asked. At the wedding. Wait a second. You met some girl at the wedding and hooked up? He asked. It was kind of more than that. But Jake, she didn't know who I was. It was kind of great to be just a groomsman sleeping with the groom's cousin. But women knowing who you are is the best part, Graham. They slobber on your cock like experts when they know the kind of power you wield. That isn't what I want, and you know it, I said. Besides that, I'm not willing to settle down again. I tried that, remember? And it blew up in your face, got it. So, was she any good? What? I asked. Fuck me, am I going to have to drag this out of you? Usually you're forthcoming with this kind of information. By this point, I know what size her tits were, how tight her pussy was, and how many times she came, dude. It was a decent one-night stand. Nothing special about it. And now it's time to move on, I said. Well, not every lay can be a good one. At least the wedding was memorable for everyone. Yeah, there's that. It pissed me off to talk about this any more than I already was. Moving on from someone like Libby was going to suck shit. I didn't know why it was going to, but it hurt to even think about the notion. The way her eyes lit up with every single unfiltered emotion, and the way she was unabashedly herself. It was refreshing. She didn't seem to know who I was, so she wasn't clamoring for my money, and as I was balls deep in her pussy, she enabled me to forget about the outside world, which was something no woman had ever done before. I picked around at my breakfast plate, relegating myself to the fact that she was gone. She wasn't at the Stan mansion, she wasn't walking into the breakfast joint, and she sure as hell wasn't going to magically pop up out of thin air. Jake kept rattling on about the reception and where him and his bride were going on their honeymoon, but I was only taking in part of it. The rest of my energy was focused on Libby, and how she had somehow imprinted herself onto me. I paid for breakfast and shook Jake's hand, then I dipped into my car. It was time for my ass to get to work and be productive with my life somehow. As I stared out the window and watched the world pass me by, I realized Libby was gone.
7. Libby. When was the last time you had Mozart groomed, Libby? It's been a couple of months, I said. Girl, you really need to get that under control. His hair's growing like wildfire, Joanna said. When I can find some time in my schedule, I'll put it on there, I said. Time in your schedule? Work keeping you that busy? Between work and trying to find a new job. Yeah, I said. You're trying to find a new job? Since when? Anderson is going to be so upset. Since this past weekend. What happened this past weekend? She asked. My cousin's wedding, remember? I asked. And how does a wedding translate into you finally taking my advice? She asked. I don't know. I just saw people there who had these wonderful lives and happy smiles on their faces. And I want that, you know? I want those smiles and that kind of happiness. I'm content with where I'm at. But I'm not happy, I don't think. Well, it's about time you started looking for something. Now, would you come sit down? Your wine's getting warm. Give me a second. I'm cleaning up our plates of Chinese takeout. I'll do that later if you come sit down and tell me all about these new plans of yours, she said. I sat the dirty plates into the sink as Joanna held out her glass of wine for me. I took it from her and grinned, then sat down on the couch next to her. I missed this. I missed having these nights with her. She was the only friend I really had, so seeing her was always a treat. But even she was married with a daughter now, which meant significantly less time with her. which meant more time to dwell on how everyone seemed to be leaving me behind in their lives. "So, what kind of jobs are you applying for?" Joanna asked. "The plan is to eventually go back and get my master's so I can become a social worker. But I figured with my expertise in secretarial work and my bachelor's degree in psychology, I could try to fuse the two. Like, I don't know, seeing if social services offices need secretaries or representatives of some sort. It would give me a shoo-in towards the job I really want. Or I could become a career counselor at one of the high schools I tutor at. I've got connections in there as well I could probably use." "Getting you down to one job that would give you what you can make for yourself now would help out with your crazy schedule. Give you a bit more time to yourself," she said. "Oh, I've got plenty of time to myself. But I don't feel like my life is progressing forward or anything. I mean, look at you. You're married with a baby and happy as can be." "You're not happy, Libby?" "Like I said, I'm content. I've got my little apartment and I've got Mozart. But I've stalemated." "And the wedding helped you to see this," Joanna said. "More or less. I got to catch up with some family and see how their lives have changed, how people have moved on or become successful or found their significant others. They chose the path they wanted and they ran with it. Then, there's me." "I had no idea you were feeling this way. Why haven't you called me?" "Because you have your own life, a daughter who needs you more than ever, and a husband you love dearly. I don't want to interrupt that. Besides, I work for him. I didn't want to mix business with pleasure." "But you're my Libby. You mean something to me. You know you can call me any time you need me. And I appreciate it. I'm just telling you all that happened in my mind over the weekend," I said. "So, when do you start putting in applications to these places?" "I did some preliminary research last night and cleaned up my resume. Once I'm in bed again tonight, I'll apply to some places before I go to sleep." "You've mentioned something that stuck with me, though." "What's that?" I asked. "You mentioned people finding their significant others." "Yeah? So?" "It was the way you said it." "Is that something you want to find?" she asked. My mind rushed back to Graham. The way he'd kissed me and commanded my body. The way he took what he wanted and wound me up tightly before shooting me off into the sunset. I closed my eyes and sighed, then took a big gulp of my wine. "I'll take that as a yes," Joanna said with a grin. "I don't think someone like that is out there for me," I said. "Oh, come on. Stop being such a turd about it. Have you ever thought about making a dating profile?" "The thoughts come to my mind a time or two," I said with a grin. "So? Why don't you?" "Because most of those applications and sites are filled with guys who simply want hookups. Or even better, they stand you up. But if you weed through all of them to find the ones that aren't, you could find your forever man, Libby. But it takes work, just like building a career does. I don't know." "Have you had a bad experience with one or something?" she asked. My mind fled back to Graham again. How easy it flowed between the two of us and how he'd made me smile. How his handsome demeanor and his cool, easy way of going with the flow had been in stark contrast to my constant, anxiety-ridden state. I knew I'd probably never see him again, unless I told Logan our little secret when he got back from his honeymoon. But he made me feel like I could get out there, try something new. Hopefully avoid some more Tonys in the process. I smiled at the memory as I took another sip of my wine, then shook my head as Joanna grinned at me. "Then give me your phone. We're setting you up a dating profile." I handed her my phone and she created an account for me. I decided not to tell her about Graham for now. It was nice, keeping him my little secret. I watched Joanna type away on the application she'd downloaded onto my phone. Then she scooted closer to me as pictures of men flooded my screen. "It's like most apps," Joanna said. Mates.com? I asked. "Yep. It's a UK-based dating app, but they're branching into the US at lightning speed. Haven't you seen the commercials on television?" "I don't watch much television," I said. "It's mostly Netflix over here." "Well, it's a good site. I'm sure you'll find someone here. But it's set up like most dating apps are nowadays. You swipe left if you don't like them, right if you do. Swiping right puts them in your messages so you can talk to them, and swiping left blocks you from them so they don't have a chance to swipe on you and message you." "What if I swipe right on them and they swipe left on me?" I asked. "Then their name grays out if it's in your messages. Not the best system, but it works. And it gives you a chance to reach out to them before they judge you on what you look like." "You're saying I'm not pretty?" I asked with a grin. "I'm saying I know you're self-conscious about how you look. This app doesn't require both of you to agree on it before you can contact him, so it gives you an extra shot to show them the Libby I know to exist. You're hot as hell, Libby. You've got curves most women try to get surgically." "I don't know why," I said, murmuring. "But having that extra security blanket might help you to get bolder when it comes to your dating life. You just want to scroll through guys with me, don't you?" I asked. "Oh, hell yeah, I do." Joanna and I sat on the couch, swiping through guys as we sipped on our wine. Joanna kept pointing out details she liked, the color of a guy's eyes or how big his arms were, how kind his smile seemed or how chiseled his stomach was. But I wasn't looking for that, not really. I was more concerned about what they enjoyed, the things they liked doing. It didn't make sense for me to try and talk with a guy who enjoyed sailing and parachuting when I was a homebody who read books, binged television shows, and ate Chinese takeout more than I cooked in. "What about him?" Joanna asked. "He's pretty cute." I almost spat out my wine once I figured out who I was looking at. I swiped right immediately and clicked on my messages. His picture was there, with that beautiful smile and those piercing blue eyes. I tapped his picture and his profile popped up, and I started flipping through his pictures. There were more of him. Pictures of him smiling in a bathing suit with his rippling abs. Pictures of him on a luxurious airplane ride in a tailored suit. Pictures of him hunched over a book reading as his arms bulged from his button-down shirt. "Oh, shit. He's a reader like you, too. Message him, Libby. Message him now." It was Graham. I was staring at Graham. I flipped back to my messages as a smile crawled across my face. I felt Joanna get off the couch and head towards the kitchen. The glugging of wine could be heard as she filled her glass back up. Then she came and sat back down beside me before peering over my shoulder. "Did you send him something? What did you say?" she asked. I asked him what book he was reading in the picture. I can't tell which one it is. "That's it?" she asked. "No cute little pickup line or something to make you stand out?" "I don't think I'll need it with him," I said with a grin. "Have you seen those pictures of his house we just flipped through?" "What makes you think those are of his house?" I asked. "Why the hell else would he have them up there? What guy puts random pictures of a house that's not his on his dating profile?" "To make women think it's his house when he really lives in a shack on the side of the road?" I asked. "But that suit. I know my suits. That's a tailored Armani suit. This man, whoever he is, he's loaded. Go back. Let me see his face again. Joanna, just go back, Libby." I flipped back to the main picture on his profile, and Joanna gasped. She ripped my phone from my hand as her wine sloshed around in her glass, threatening to spill over onto her lap. "What in the world?" I asked. "What is wrong with you?" "You have no idea who that is, do you?" Joanna asked. "It says his name is Graham," I said. "Says here it's the owner and CEO of his own company." You really need to get out more, she said breathlessly. Sweetheart, that's Graham Alexander. Yeah? I asked. Joanna looked at me as if I'd swallowed a bug. That name doesn't ring a bell at all, she asked. Is it supposed to? You pass the damn building every day when you go to the law firm, she said. Galax Technologies? That massive black building with the tinted windows and the valet parking? Wait, what? I asked. Galax? G. Alex? Graham Alexander? Sweetheart, the man you just messaged is Graham Alexander, the creator and CEO of the biggest technological security company in the world. I felt my stomach drop to my toes as my phone lit up in my hand. I looked down at my messages, watching Graham's name blink at me. The pieces started falling into place with our conversations at the wedding, what he did for a living, how he mentioned he worked too hard and didn't have time for a traditional relationship, how wonderful he had looked in that very expensive tuxedo. I felt my face paling as Joanna looked over my shoulder. Did he respond? Shit, Libby, he responded. Click the message. What did he say? I opened up the message as my hands began to tremble. And we meet again, Libby. It is wonderful to see your face pop up on my phone. The book I'm reading is one of my guilty pleasure books, Gone Girl. Ever read it? I scanned the message over and over again as a bright smile crossed my cheeks. And we meet again? Libby, what in the world does that mean? Do you know this man? And if so, then you have some serious stories to tell. He's talking to you like he knows you. I know he is, I said with a grin. Then, I sent him a message back. I have read it, even went to see the movie, though I'm one of those people who will always devoutly believe the book is better than the movie. Okay, I want all the details. What have I missed? What have you left out? And how do you know the nation's richest technological billionaire? Joanna asked. If I tell you, you have to keep it to yourself, okay? It's not like me to do things like this. I'm still sort of wrapping my mind around it myself, I said. Does this have anything to do with your revelation from this past weekend? How you want to move forward in your life and branch out? Sort of. Yes, I said with a grin. Well, then I'm messaging the husband, telling him I'm crashing here. Then we're opening up the second bottle of wine I brought. There's another one? I asked. Yep, give me your glass. You're good with me crashing on your couch, right? You know I am. Good. Now give me that empty wine glass. It's practically begging to be filled again. I grinned as my phone lit up in my hand again. What did Billionaire Handsome Man say? Joanna asked. He said, I subscribe to that theory as well, but I don't get out to watch a lot of movies anyway. Tell him you'll gladly make a movie with him, she said. Joanna? What? He's hot. I'd consider it, she said as she poured me another glass of wine. I typed another message back to him before I closed the dating app. Wait. What happened? Where did our entertainment for the night go? Joanna asked. Just be patient, I said with a grin. Then, my text message tone rang out into the room. No, you didn't, she said. Maybe I did, I said as I took my glass from her. Who are you? And what have you done with my Libby? She asked. Do you want to know the story of this past weekend or not? I asked. Oh, I want to know all of it, and leave out none of the details.
8. Graham. I opened the app on my phone and allowed my confidence to take over. I wanted something with Libby. I didn't know what, but something. So how did girls' night go? I typed. It went well. I don't get to see Joanna as often as I'd like, with her being a wife and a mother, so her staying over was really nice, Libby said. How long has she been married? Long enough for her wardrobe to morph from nighttime dresses and high heels to sweatpants and flip-flops. It happens to even the best of people, I said.
How was the rest of your weekend?
Boring, if you compare it to the night we had. How was yours?
Full of applying to other jobs to see if there's anything out there I'd prefer more than what I do now.
What prompted that switch? I asked.
Being with you, she said.
What do you mean?
What happened between the two of us was something I never do, ever. But when it happened and after it was done, I felt rejuvenated, like taking that step out onto that limb paid off in a way I could have never foreseen. I want that in other areas of my life. I want to be happy instead of simply content.
I'm glad our encounter was seen in a positive light. I myself enjoyed it greatly.
You don't have to pay the compliment back. I was merely being honest, she said.
I don't pay compliments, Libby. I tell the truth. I enjoyed my time with you, and there was a part of me that wasn't ready for our encounter to end.
Why didn't you say something?
Because what you wanted was a date for a wedding to get your parents off your back. In some ways, I felt as if I took advantage of the situation. In other ways, I felt like I didn't do enough.
If you would have said something, I probably would have been up for it. I mean, we'd already slept together. What more could we have possibly gotten into? She asked.
I could think of a few other things.
I'm sure you could, she said.
So, reading anything interesting?
I started a new book the other day. It's called The Books of Fell, 3 books in one, and it's sort of like a mystery suspense trilogy.
Sounds intriguing. Is the majority of what you read fiction?
Mostly. I read a few biographies, but I enjoy fiction much better.
Why? I asked.
It helps me to escape my world for a little bit.
Do you not enjoy your world?
It is what it is. I live alone in a studio apartment on the outskirts of Chicago with my cat. Not much excitement happens over my way.
Please tell me it's not on the south side of Chicago.
I don't live in the middle of the city, if that's what you're asking. Why?
You're in a dangerous area for a woman living by herself. Do you have a way to defend yourself if something happens?
I carry a flashlight taser combination with me in my purse with an LED bulb in it. If blinding them doesn't work, I can beat them into submission before tasering them until they drool.
It's better than nothing, I said.
Why are you so worried all of a sudden?
Someone should worry for your safety.
So you've taken it upon yourself to do that? She asked.
Why not?
I don't know. People don't usually worry about me, is all.
Your father doesn't worry about you?
My father would wash his hands of me if he could. My mother and my father worry to a point where it's unnatural and unhealthy for them. But they worry about all the wrong things.
Such as?
When I'm going to get married and have kids, not so much where I live or how I'm doing financially.
Your parents really do have a backwards way of looking at things, I said.
And welcome to why I don't do many family reunions. Their worrying is more than I can handle sometimes, and I don't even want to talk about the bickering.
Bickering? I asked.
They're divorced.
Ah, that type of bickering. I'm familiar with it when it comes to my friend Jake. Divorced twice, massive alimony payments to each, and they fight like cats and dogs.
Should I ever get married one day, he's stuck with me. I'm only traveling that road once.
I'm hard-pressed to think anyone would see themselves as stuck with you, I said.
I'm a homebody. Boring, I guess. I'd rather binge-watch television shows and have movie marathons than get out and do anything, as showcased by the size of my stomach.
I'm only going to say this once, and then it'll never be repeated. Your body is beautiful, Libby, and I know that firsthand. If you ever demean yourself that way to me again, there will be consequences.
I don't know. That sounds kind of fun. What kind of consequences are we talking about?
Not the cheeky kind, I said.
Okay, I'm sorry. But you really think I'm beautiful?
I do. I haven't been able to get you out of my mind.
Really? She asked.
Really. You've been stuck there ever since last weekend, and I don't know why.
Thanks.
This is just as new for me as it is for you, I'm a busy man with urges and needs. It's not beneath me to keep a one-night stand or two on my speed dial. It's the way I've run my life for a few years now. But usually, once the night is done, my mind is back where it belongs, focused on my company.
Are you telling me it isn't? She asked.
It's been hard this week. If I'm being completely honest, there have been times I've tried looking out for you as I walk down the sidewalk.
Then you'll be happy to know it's been hard not thinking about you, too.
I'm glad I could leave such an imprint, I said.
Graham?
Yes?
If I ask you something, will you promise not to get upset? She asked.
I can promise I'll do my best.
During my girls' night, my friend recognized you. Knew who you were. It never occurred to me that Galax Technologies was you.
That would be me, yes.
I pass that building every day when I go into the law firm to work, she said.
Then I've probably seen that piece of shit car you drive pass by a few times without realizing it's been you.
Hey, I'm very proud of that car. It's not much, but I bought it with my own money.
Then it's a fabulous car that has seen many memory-making moments.
That your kind way of saying it's still a piece of crap? She asked.
Possibly.
Does it bother you that I know who you are?
It would have in the beginning, but you were bound to find out eventually.
Why didn't you tell me? Who you are, she said.
Because one of the draws to you at the wedding was the fact that you didn't know who I was. You weren't clamoring for my wallet or wondering what gifts I was going to present you. Your mind wasn't altered by the interviews I've given, and you weren't looking at me through the lens of my success. I was simply Graham, some guy who wanted to help.
So, people treat you differently because of your success, she said.
The richer I got, the more it changed. But yes, I'm treated differently and held to a different set of expectations when I'm around people, especially women. But that wasn't the case at the wedding, and I figured if I was never going to see you after it, then what was the point in spoiling it?
I guess we went about this one-night thing all wrong, huh?
I'd say we're shit at it, yes. But, since we've established that we're terrible at it, could I ask you something?
Of course.
Would you like to accompany me to dinner Saturday evening?
As in tomorrow Saturday? She asked.
Yes. I could pick you up around 7. Or we could meet somewhere, if that makes you more comfortable.
Meeting somewhere sounds fine. And I would love to, Graham.
Perfect. How does Boca sound? Around 7 tomorrow night? I asked.
Sounds like I'll see you there.
Wonderful. I hate to cut the conversation short, but I've got a very boring board of investors meeting ahead of me in 10 minutes.
Don't let me keep you, she said.
Trust me, I'd rather you keep me than them. Their bodies aren't as soft as yours.
If you keep saying those kinds of things, my cheeks are going to hurt so badly they'll fall off.
Then I'm doing my job right. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow evening.
See you then, Graham.
9. Libby. I was nervous for my date with Graham. Though Boca might not be a fancy restaurant to him, it was to me. It was a place I had passed on a few occasions, and outside of it looked modern and new. The stories I'd heard of their food and decor were nothing short of wonderful, but it was one of the many places in Chicago I knew would never happen for me. There was a lot I accepted about my life. I accepted the loneliness, and I accepted the fact that I would never be able to indulge in a lot of the finer things. And I accepted that. Material possessions never did anything for me anyway. But the fact that someone wanted to take me to a place like that meant I needed a different outfit. I had nothing in my closet that was appropriate for a place like this, and it made me nervous. What did I wear to a place like this? I took the money I could spare for another outfit and went shopping. I looked at a lot of cocktail dresses, but most of them were too tight and the rest were too short. I wasn't going out to a club, I was going out to dinner. Each one I tried on was wrong in some way. The waist was too tight or there wasn't enough room for my chest. It was too short or the sleeves weren't big enough to fit the upper part of my arms. It was discouraging, to say the least. I sat in more dressing rooms and cried than I ever had in my entire life. I had no idea what I was going to do. "Excuse me, ma'am." "Yes?" I asked, sniffling. "Can I get you anything?" No, I'm okay. I'm just about to finish up," I said. "I know it might not be my place, but there's a shop across town that specializes in some clothes you might enjoy." That was code for, the store sold fat person clothes. "Thanks," I said, "but I think I'm done for the day. They've got the cutest dresses. I actually hate going in there myself because they don't come down to my size. I really think you should try it out." "I really appreciate it, but I think I'm done," I said. I started putting my clothes back on and gathering up the dresses that weren't right for me. I hated shopping. I was quickly being reminded of why I never did it. I slung the clothes over my arm and opened the door, and I found the shopping attendant staring at her phone. She looked up at me with this pity-filled glance, and my anger began to flare. Why was she still here? Why was she determined to make my shopping experience more miserable than it already was? Couldn't she simply leave me alone? "I think this dress would look stunning on you," the woman said. Like I said, "Thank you, but I looked down at her phone and my eyes were hooked. On her phone was the most beautiful crimson-red dress I had ever seen. It had a scooped neckline and 3/4-length sleeves that fluttered instead of clung. The cinched waistline was just underneath the breast pockets, giving the model in the picture a rounded chest without showcasing the stomach she had underneath. The crimson fabric of the dress molded lightly to her body but didn't cling, and it fell to her shins before breaking into a cute pair of flats. It was the perfect dress. "I'm telling you, you should really try that shop," the woman said with a smile. "Where is it?" I asked. "It's all the way across town, but it's totally worth it. It says they have this dress in stock on their website. I could give them a call if you want me to, see if they can pull you one to the side," she asked. No, that's fine. Just, what's the address for the place?" 5 minutes later, I was in my car and headed across town. I kept my eyes peeled for the place and was lucky enough to find road parking in front of the store. It had a line out the door of women who looked like me, and a part of me was nervous. What if the dress wasn't there by the time I could get into the store? My heart sank at the thought as I got out of my car. I went out and stood in line, my hands wringing with nerves as I waited patiently to get inside. Throngs of women were coming out with bags dripping from their arms. And then it hit me. I didn't think to ask how much a dress like that would have cost me in the first place. I finally got into the store and made a beeline for the dresses in the back. I rifled through them, looking for the one I saw on the website. I cased the entire place looking for it, and with each dress I passed by, my heart sank a little deeper into my stomach. Until a woman tapped me on the shoulder. "Ma'am?" "Yes?" I asked. "There was a woman that called from a store across town. Said you might be looking for this?" she asked. The woman held up the crimson-red dress, and I smiled. "The lady wasn't sure what size you were, so I pulled a few of them aside for you to try on," the woman said. "Thank you so much," I said breathlessly. How much does this dress cost, though?" "We're having a sale today, so once the price is docked at the front desk, it'll be around $80. It was a little more than I was willing to spend, which meant I wouldn't be able to get the shoes I saw in the picture. But it was better than nothing. I smiled and took 2 dresses into the dressing room, trying them on and modeling them in the mirror. I couldn't believe it. I had 2 dresses that fit me perfectly. One was a little tighter but showcased my chest more, and the other was a bit more comfortable but was loose enough to where the fabric sashayed around my legs. I ended up going for the size up because once I ate, I'd feel like a balloon in the other one. Then I went to the counter, paid, and went home so I could change. It felt like preparing for my date took all day. Shopping, getting home, finding the right pair of shoes, and doing my hair and makeup took forever. Mozart was begging for attention, and I was trying to keep him away from me so I wouldn't take mounds of cat hair to dinner on my dress. He was meowing and sliding through my legs, wrapping his tail around my ankles and begging for attention. I felt bad having to cast him out of my bathroom. He usually sat on the sink and watched me get ready in the mornings. But this was different, and I needed to be able to pay attention. Frustrated with my makeup, I took it all off. I couldn't get anything to look right, so I figured I was better off with none at all. I patted on some foundation, layered on the mascara, clapped my cheeks for some color, then threw on some lip gloss. I pulled my hair back into a French twist and put on my shiniest jewelry to distract from my lack of makeup. Then I grabbed my purse and headed out the door. "I'll be back soon, Mozart, promise." Pulling up to Boca made my hands start to sweat. I hated that part of my body. I hated the fact that my palms would sweat whenever I was nervous. I sat in my car and took a few deep breaths, trying to calm my nerves before I went in. I was in a beautiful dress and feeling more confident than I had in years. It was time for me to start acting like it. I walked into the restaurant, and the hostess seemed to recognize who I was. She ushered me through the restaurant and over to a table with 2 comfortable-looking chairs. I saw Graham sitting there, with his fiery blue gaze and his strong jawline. He ran his eyes along my form as he stood, then came around to pull my chair out for me. "You look incredible," he said into my ear. I blushed at his words as he scooted me closer to the table. "I hope you didn't have trouble finding the place?" Graham asked. "Thanks to GPS, I don't have trouble finding most places," I said with a grin. "Technology can be a helpful thing," he said. And I meant what I said. "About what?" "You look incredible tonight." "Thanks. You fill out a suit quite nicely as well." "Is that a new dress?" he asked. I felt the color drain from my face as he reached for his glass of wine. Well, I didn't really have anything. It's not a bad thing. I know what new clothes look like on people. It's a stunning dress on you. I'm honored you wanted to go out and buy something new for our night out. I just didn't have anything to wear." "My tie is new, if that makes you feel better," he said with a grin. "Oh, yeah, because that evens out the entirely new outfit I just got called out on." "Why do you feel that's a bad thing?" "Because it insinuates I wasn't prepared for something like this because stuff like this never happens to me." "No, it doesn't," he said. "Then what does it insinuate?" I asked. "That you wanted to look your best and you didn't think anything in your closet did that. Happens to all of us. I bought a suit the other day for that very purpose." "Another one of your tailored numbers?" "No use in wearing a suit if it isn't tailored to the man's frame. It simply looks like window curtains if it's off the machine." "Window curtains," I said. "Mm-hmm. I've always been of the belief that any man, no matter what size or age, should always have 2 tailored suits in his closet for any occasion. He can have as many button-down shirts and ties in all the colors he wants, but the pants and the coat should be tailored to his body." "Got any interesting theories on women's clothing?" I asked. "Always make sure they match the carpet on the floor," he said with a grin. I felt my cheeks heat up as I shook my head. I felt like I was getting a glimpse of the real Graham, but it was all very topical. Fashion and sexual innuendos and stolen glances at the table we were sitting. It was nothing like the conversations we'd had over our phones, and I tried not to seem too disappointed. "Something on your mind?" Graham asked. "I thought you said you didn't do stuff like this," I said. "Stuff like what?" "You know, dating, dinners, taking a girl out." "When did I say that?" he asked. "In one of our conversations, you said you didn't have time for more traditional relationships." Why does that insinuate that I don't treat women to dinner? Isn't that what traditional relationships encompass? Dates and wine and fine outings, I asked. Women deserve that type of treatment in general, no matter the type of relationship. I don't have time for a full-fledged, I want to be together forever type of relationship. So what you're saying is you don't have time for marriage. I don't have time to build towards it, no. It takes a lot of trust and commitment, and I'm not afforded the kind of time necessary to get to that point. You don't want love? Or children? Or a life with someone? I asked. I watched his gaze harden on me before he cleared his throat. He was hiding something. It was obvious now. I wasn't sure what, and I didn't know why he insisted on keeping me at arm's length, but I wasn't having it. He seemed more open in our electronic conversations than he did now. His gaze was hiding behind walls of cement, and he was tight-lipped on the privacies of his life. I didn't want to know his life story, but I did want to know about him. I didn't buy a new dress and make myself sick with nerves to cross town and talk about clothes on people's floors. I'm sorry. That was very forward, I said. It's fine, don't worry about it, Graham said. You seem to wonder what I'm looking for, so I'm going to throw the question back at you. What are you looking for in all of this? I don't know, I said with a shrug. I just know I'm not happy with where I'm at. You can't fix something until you determine what's broken about it, he said. You always can't walk away from it simply because you don't know why it's broken. Sometimes studying it and trying a few things reveals the issue. Then you can go about fixing it. Eloquently said, Libby. Is that what you're doing? Experimenting until you find what's wrong? He asked. I don't really know, I said. Is that bad? No. Some of life's best things are born out of moments we enjoy instead of analyze. Do you make people feel like this a lot? Like what? He asked. Like you're maneuvering into their shadows to reveal their secrets before they get the chance to do it themselves, I asked. He has that kind of effect, yes. The strange voice that came from behind me caused Graham to whip his gaze up. I looked behind me and found a woman standing there, her eyes hard with anger. She walked around to Graham, and I watched him brace. It was obvious he knew the woman, but what relationship they had I couldn't tell. They didn't look anything alike, so they weren't siblings. Was it possible she was an ex of his? You can't keep me away, the woman said. This is not the time nor the place to be discussing something like this, Graham said as he looked at me. Why? Because you're schmoozing some poor woman? She asked. Don't fall for his tricks. He'll take everything you have and run for the hills. That's enough, Gloria, Graham said. So you know this woman? I asked. No, Gloria asked. Does he know me? Have you really not told her anything? Told me what? I asked. Gloria, go home. You're drunk again. You shouldn't be out in... I took a damn cab, Graham. And you don't get to run my life. Not anymore. I want to see what's rightfully mine, and I want to see them now. You aren't seeing anything or going anywhere without my explicit permission, Graham said. You can't keep them from me, you fucker. I love them just like I loved you, and I'll be damned if you're going to paint me to be the woman you think I am. Just because you have money in some dumbass mansion doesn't mean you're better than me. I'm coming for you, Graham. I'm coming for them, whether you want me to or not. So long as I am breathing, Gloria, you will not lay a hand on anything that is mine, Graham said. I watched the altercation continue as a manager began to approach the situation. He tried to get the woman to calm down, but it was useless. I watched the woman pick up Graham's glass of wine and toss it into his face, drenching his suit and staining his crisp white shirt red. I threw my chair back and gathered my things, trying to keep my tears at bay as I stepped away from the table. Libby, wait, damn it, Gloria, get the hell out of here. Libby, Hold on. I ran as quickly as my legs would carry me from the restaurant. I dashed for my car, feeling the tears spilling down my cheek. I ripped my car door open and slammed myself into it, my stomach growling with hunger. Food. We didn't even get to the food before everything had exploded. I pulled out of the parking space as I saw Graham come out of the restaurant. His long, strong legs were carrying him as fast as he could go. I watched him recede in my rearview mirror as I skidded out onto the road, booking it back to my apartment. My vision was clouding with tears, and I knew I couldn't drive home like this. I'd never get back without crashing into something or running myself into someone. So I pulled into the nearest fast food joint, parked my car, and sobbed.
10. Graham. I watched Libby drive away erratically, and my heart tightened with panic. She was in no position to drive, and yet I was watching her drive away. Cars were honking and she was swerving, and part of me wanted to get in my car and take off after her. But I felt Gloria's hand come down onto my wrist. "Get the hell away from me," I said. "What the fuck are you doing here?"
"Telling you what I should have told you a long time ago. You ruined my life, Graham. You interjected yourself into my world, turned it upside down, then expected me to follow your every whim. But you're not taking the best things that have ever happened to me. It's not happening. Not now, not ever. I don't care what a damn court of law says."
"You're drunk," I said. "Go home. This is why the restraining order's in place. And if you don't get the hell out of here, I'm calling the cops and having you arrested."
"You haven't heard the last of me, Graham. I love them."
"Then prove to them you do by getting sober, Gloria. Until then, should you ever come near me, my home, or anywhere I might be again, I'll have you arrested and thrown in jail on the spot. Leave us alone," I said. I stormed back into the restaurant and paid the measly tab for the wine. I left the waiter a decent tip, then headed straight for my car. Gloria was stumbling around in the parking lot like the drunken idiot she was, and part of me wanted to leave her there. Part of me wanted to sit back and watch the restaurant call the cops on her for making an ass out of herself. But I couldn't do that to her, even though I would have had every right to. I got in my car and called a cab. I watched as it pulled up, then a man got out and helped her into the back. I watched them drive off before I cranked up my car, then followed them to make sure Gloria got home safely. I watched as she stumbled into the apartment she called a home, and before she shut the door, I watched her pick something up from the floor. It was an empty wine bottle, and the last image I had of her was her tipping the glass up to her lips. Sighing and shaking my head, I pulled away to try and find Libby. I traced the street she had raced down and took the first left her car had swerved down. But beyond that, I had nowhere else to look. The only thing I knew was that she lived on the south side of Chicago, but it would have taken me all night to scour half the damn place. Fuck. How the hell did Gloria find me at that place? What the hell had she been thinking? I didn't even get a chance to explain to Libby what the hell was going on. I drove back to my home and whipped out my phone. I sent her a message through the app as well as a text message, but I got no response. I went back to her profile, trying to see if there was any information in there I could use to track her down. She probably needed some room to breathe, which was fine. I got that. But we needed to talk. I wanted to explain myself and see if she would give me a second chance at this whole thing. I wanted to see if she would give me the chance to figure out why the fuck I couldn't kick her like a bad habit. I scrolled through her profile and came across where she worked. Not the safest thing to put in a profile, but it would work in my favor. I jotted the place down before I fell asleep, just in case she decided to delete her profile. The first stop I was making in the morning before I headed into work was to the florist. If she didn't want to talk with me, the least I could do was send her something to apologize. I didn't know how she would react, but it was the only avenue I had to get her to talk to me. I rolled out of bed the next morning, got cleaned up, and called the florist I knew in town. I had a bouquet of white lily of the valleys, as well as white roses, along with an apology note. I wanted the florist to call me after they had been delivered, so I knew she got them. But then it was out of my hands. And still, I heard nothing from her. The entire week, there was nothing. My text messages went unanswered, my phone calls went unreturned, and my messages in the dating app were read but not responded to. I didn't know what else to do. I couldn't get her off my mind. The look of horror on her face when Gloria threw that glass of wine at me wasn't how I wanted to remember her. It wasn't how I wanted to end things with her. So I did the only other thing I knew I could do. I picked up lunch for us and headed for her job. I grabbed the food and buttoned my suit coat before I walked inside. There were a few people sitting in the waiting room, waiting on their appointments as they looked up at me. I smiled and nodded my head at them, gripping the food tightly in my hand. Then I looked up and saw Libby sitting at her desk, her eyes trained on the computer in front of her as her hands flew across the keyboard. And my heart stopped. "Welcome. If you want to sign in and write down your appointment time, I'll let you know when they're ready to see you," Libby said. "Hey there." I watched her pause as she panned her gaze towards me. She looked tired. Her eyes were heavy, and there was the faintest bit of red that still tinted them. She had been crying, and it boiled my blood. A woman like her didn't deserve to cry, and there was a good chance she'd fallen asleep doing that, judging by the faint indentations that were still pressed into her cheek. "I brought lunch," I said. "Smells good," she said quietly. "Would you like some?" I asked. She sighed, and I watched her eyes flicker off to the side. I looked over and saw the bouquet of flowers I sent her a few days ago sitting on a side table by a window. I looked back at her, waiting for her to say that one word that gave me permission to sit with her and talk. "Okay," Libby said. "Sure, yeah. Come on back. Let me clock out for lunch." She rolled away from her desk and opened a door off to the side. I walked around the corner and came into the front office, my eyes studying her closely. She had on a pair of professional black pants that looked like they'd been bunched up on the floor for days. She had on a white shirt with a light gray cardigan slung around her shoulders, and it was already falling off her body. She was thrown together, and that was putting it mildly. What was confusing to me was how the hell a woman could still shine the way Libby could in something like that. There were women who wore $10,000 dresses to a single fucking dinner date and didn't shine the way she did. "What's for lunch?" Libby asked. "I brought steak salads and a side of macaroni and cheese from Boca," I said. "Ah, so I still get to know what their food tastes like," she said. "That was the intention. I've got 2 different drinks, iced tea and lemonade. Preference?" "The lemonade sounds nice, thank you." I divvied out the food as she cleared off a spot on her desk. I pulled up a stool in the corner and sat down, watching the way she prepared her eating spot. She was self-conscious, that much was for certain. The way she cut up everything into small pieces before eating it, the way she delicately sipped at her lemonade, the way she chewed everything without the slightest sound. She was uncomfortable, and I hated that I made her feel that way. "I wanted to talk about what happened the other night," I said. "Who was that woman?" Libby asked. "A crazy ex of mine. I have a restraining order against her for some things she pulled towards the end of our relationship." "Is she the reason why you don't have time for cultivating relationships?" "In a sense." "Graham, I might not have a glamorous job or have glamorous things, but I know when people are holding things back. You're guarded. I've been burned enough by men to know when they're keeping secrets." "I'm sure you have secrets of your own," I said. "Not that interrupt dates in high-profile places to throw wine in my face, no." "Gloria,
wasn't always that kind of person, but she morphed into being that kind of person with me. Part of me not wanting a traditional relationship is because I know my life is high pressure, and the pressure got to her. So you feel responsible for the person she turned into? In a sense, yes. What else aren't you telling me? She asked. Libby, I can't. I know you're not looking for anything traditional, and really, I'm okay with that. I'm not in any position to get caught up in whatever this is anyway. I don't have the funds to keep buying new clothes whenever you want to take me out somewhere nice, she said. You don't have to buy new clothes, I said. You can wear whatever makes you comfortable. So if you took me to a restaurant by the sea and I walked in wearing this, you wouldn't have an issue with it? I eyed her up and down, pausing long enough to make her sigh. Libby, I didn't say anything. You didn't have to, she said. Look, I'm glad you came by to talk, but I know there's a lot you're not telling me. And just like you don't want to get into some sort of traditional relationship, I don't want to have to look over my shoulder during every date I have with some guy I barely know. Nothing like that is going to ever happen again. I have a restraining order against her, Libby. And that seemed to really help a few nights ago. I've been burned. Bad, I said. And I think you have too. But I'm not the only one being guarded here. You are as well. Every single wall you have right now is thrown up, and I'm trying to tap on them lightly to get you to peek out from around them. What do you want? She asked. Why are you here? It was a good question, and one I wasn't sure how to answer. I'd like another chance, I said. To what? Take me out to dinner? She asked. Yes, but not only that. I'd like another chance to try and form something with you. I thought you didn't want that. I want someone I enjoy spending my time with to be there when I'm free. So you want me to be at your beck and call? No. I want you to want to spend time with me whenever the two of us are free. However that time is spent is up to you. But I drew in a deep breath as her beautiful eyes stared up into mine. For a timid woman, she really knew how to back me into a corner. The tenacity and fire in her eyes was alluring, and it showcased a side of her I wanted to get to know. I want to get to know you, I said, if you'll let me. She nodded as she speared a bite of her salad. I watched her roll it around in her mouth, munching mindlessly as she thought. Never had I sat on the edge of my seat like that before. Never in my life had I been so nervous for a fucking answer to come from some woman I was chasing. It had been a long time since I'd pursued a woman like this, and none of those women made me hang on to her every word like Libby did. What the hell was this woman doing to me? Okay, Libby said. I think I'd like that. Good, I said. I'd say we could start now, but I'm due back at work in 15 minutes. Are you doing anything tomorrow night? Nope, just sitting around with dinner and my cat. You have a cat? A calico. His name's Mozart. A fan of classical music? I asked. It's a secret passion, yes. Well, maybe I could take you to the symphony sometime. They aren't playing this weekend, but in a few weeks their season will start back up. I'd like that, she said, smiling. What were you thinking about for tomorrow night? There's a bookstore downtown I thought we could go to, since you're such an avid reader. The light in her eyes returned, igniting her features as her innocence poured through. There she was. There was the Libby I found on the steps of that wedding venue. She was peeking through, and it clenched my gut with happiness. Such a small gesture, bringing light to a wonderful woman. To the bookstore it is, then, she said.
11. Libby. Our first trip to the bookstore was phenomenal. It had this old-world charm to it, and we ended up spending almost 2 hours there. Every book I touched, Graham was determined to buy for me, despite my protests. My shelves were quickly filling with romance novels and fantastical love stories between people I lost myself in. He whisked me away to things I'd never experienced, restaurants I'd never eaten on my own dime, and symphonic concerts that took my breath away. But they always ended the same. They always ended with that beautiful bookstore. We went so frequently that the owner knew us by name, and every single time I walked in, I made a beeline for the romance department. I wanted to know if they had gotten anything new in, or had any rare copies of things I could take a look at. Chairs peppered the dark corners of the bookstore with lamps to illuminate their spots. Graham would always pull up a chair next to me and bring my feet to rest in his lap, then stick his nose in a biography while I began my new love journey. They were my favorite moments with him, when the two of us were reading in that dark little corner by lamplight with my feet in his lap. It felt natural and comfortable to be with him like this. His tie would be loosened and his coat would be draped over the back of the chair. His sleeves would be uncuffed and rolled up, giving me a good look at the throbbing veins and the strength of his muscles. "Good book?" Graham asked. I didn't know I was chewing on my lower lip until he caught my attention. "Sorry," I said breathlessly. "Yes, very good book." "Your cheeks look a little flushed," he said. I gritted my teeth as a grin spread across his face. "Let me get it for you," he said. "You seem very into it." "I can buy my own books, you know." "You don't buy anything with me. Have you not learned that by now?" he asked. I didn't realize I was being trained. "Not trained, simply educated," he said with a smirk. "Come on. Hand me the book." Removing my feet from his lap, I held the novel out for him. The two of us made our way for the register, purchasing the books we held in our grasp. He escorted me to his car and took me home, pulling up to my sorry excuse for an apartment. "Can I walk you up?" Graham asked. "You don't have to ask every time," I said. "You can just do it." His hand pressed into the small of my back as he led me up the stairs. I could feel the heat of his touch radiating through my dress. My hand was shaking as I tried to stick my key in the lock, and his hand came down around mine to steady my grasp. "Here, let me help," he said. He turned my hand, unlocking my apartment as we pulled the key back. The tension was growing thick between us as I looked up into his eyes. They were darkening, just like they had at the wedding that weekend. I grabbed the doorknob and threw the door open, then felt a surge of confidence crash through my veins. I wrapped my hand up in his loosened tie, backed into my apartment, and tugged him quickly inside. He shut my front door with my back, slamming me against it. Our lips crashed together as our teeth clattered with the heat of our kiss. My hands clawed at his clothes, trying to rid them from his body as he slid my dress off my shoulders. It pooled into a pathetic pile on the floor, his hands palming my clothed tits. I walked him backwards, straight into my room. Clothes were falling everywhere, lining a trail from the front door to the foot of my bed. His hands grasped my ass and lifted me off the floor. Then he tossed me onto the bed as my body fell to the mattress. He pounced on me, his lips attaching to my neck. I could feel his thick cock throbbing against my thigh, dripping and coating my skin with his pre-cum. My hands tangled in his hair as he moved steadily downwards, kissing and suckling at my breasts. I moaned and rolled my body into him. My heels were propped up onto the edge of the bed. He slid between my legs, his eyes fluttering up to me as he hovered over my dripping pussy. "Look at me, Libby." I rose my head from the bed and eyed him carefully. I watched his tongue dart out, lapping up my slit as my legs jumped. His hands pressed against my legs, spreading me farther apart for him as he blew a stream of cold air onto my clit. I groaned as my body shook in his wake. His tongue worked me expertly as my legs wrapped around his head. My hands found the tendrils of his hair, pulling him closer into my body. I ground down into his lips, feeling him moan and groan as my pants turned to whimpers. The electricity shooting through my body was too much, and yet it still wasn't enough. I felt that fiery sensation burning in my gut, deep in the pit of my stomach as my fingernails scraped at his scalp. My back arched from the mattress, bowing like a tightened violin as I came. Graham, yes, it feels, yes, don't stop, more, I need more. He hummed into my pussy, my toes curling at the sensation. I dropped to the mattress and felt him release my clit, his tongue lapping me up one last time. I felt his wet kisses trailing up my body, and his eyes came into view. And the rational side of me fell to the wayside. I wrapped my hand around his head and pulled him down to me, licking my juices off his lips as he captured my bottom lip. Effortlessly, he guided himself into my pussy, his hands planted into the bed as our tongues battled for dominance. He rolled deeply, pulsing against my walls and pulling moans from deep within my body. I couldn't get enough of him. I couldn't get him close enough for my liking. "Graham," I said with a whisper. "Faster, please go faster." He sped up his movements as my eyes fluttered open. I saw the way his face was scrunched in pleasure. I took in the way he bit down onto his lower lip. I ran my toes up the backs of his legs, feeling goosebumps trail my every movement. My tits were bouncing as our hips slammed together. The sound of his cock diving between my legs filled my bedroom with the sound of our passion. I kept breathing him in, my lips peppering his strong shoulders with kisses. I couldn't stop touching him. I couldn't stop running my fingertips along the peaks and valleys of his muscles. Faster and faster he went, thrusting my body up the mattress. I wrapped my legs around him, pulling him deeper into me as my pussy began to flutter. It was happening again. I could feel it. Stars were bursting in my vision as my body quickly gave way to him again. I could feel his movements stuttering. I could feel his cock thickening inside my body. His hands found mine, and our fingers intertwined before he pinned them above my head. "So fucking beautiful." His words hit me like a ton of bricks. I arched into him and called out his name, filling the room with my sounds as I came around his cock. He buried himself into me one last time, relinquishing himself to the passion that was overcoming him. His lips captured mine as he groaned, his cock spilling deep into my body. I could feel him pumping. I could feel his threads of cum coating my walls. I could feel the way he was squeezing my hands, and the way his tongue couldn't drink up enough of me. I wasn't ready for the moment to end. I wasn't ready to give him up yet. He collapsed on top of me, cloaking my body with his sweating strength. I wrapped my arms around him and held him close, feeling him panting into the crook of my neck. Kiss after kiss, I placed against his skin, running my fingertips up and down his back. Then he slid from between my legs, and I closed my eyes as our juices dripped from my body.
12. Graham. Yeah! Woo! For someone who professed she didn't know a thing about basketball, Libby sure was getting into the sport. I had courtside seats for us at a Chicago Bulls game, and every time I turned around, Libby was asking me a question. What position is he playing again? How many points is a foul shot? Wait, why can't he move once he stops? I enjoyed answering her questions, even though it was distracting from the game. But when someone made a 3-point shot, she was up on her feet and cheering. I was just glad she was cheering for the right team. I flagged down a guy selling hot dogs and snagged us a couple. Libby was very dainty in her actions, tearing off pieces of the bun before trying to delicately eat the loaded hot dog. She had a napkin in her lap and a smile on her face, and I found myself concentrating more on her than I was on the game. Yes! Way to go! Libby exclaimed. What happened? I asked.
Were you not watching?
I was too busy looking at you. She blushed at my words, and her tainted cheeks fueled my desire for her further.
He made a basket, Libby said.
Then I would suspect that's a reason to cheer, I said.
Are you going to stare at me the entire game, or are you going to pay attention? She asked.
If I want to sit courtside and watch you watch the game, then that's what I'll do.
So demanding. Geez,
she said with a smirk. You don't know the half of it. Her eyes whipped back to me, and I felt my cock stiffen. I drew in deep breaths as I tried to calm myself, but the look in Libby's eye was far too much. We'd done this song and dance enough to know what was coming next. I took her out, we had a good time, then we ventured back to her place, and I opened her eyes to the pleasures I could afford her. And I was thankful she didn't question why we always went back to her apartment. The last thing I needed was for her to ask to go back to my place. Libby kept erupting with the crowd in cheers while I continued to watch her. As she caught on to how the game worked, she enjoyed it more and more. She cheered people on and clapped when they got up from being injured. Some of the players even started waving at her when they made a basket. I didn't like the attention they were giving her, but it added to the thrill of it all, so I tried to suck it up. But we both knew what was coming. As I escorted her from the stadium and walked her back to my car, I knew what we were in for. My cock was already throbbing with the prospect of being within her body, and I white-knuckled the steering wheel the entire way back to her place. She always tried the innocent thing when we got to the door, fiddling with her keys and tucking her hair behind her ear. It was cute, the way she tried to act as if she didn't want what was coming. But every single time she looked up at me, her eyes betrayed her. We walked through the threshold of her darkened apartment, and she went to turn on a light. Only this time I stopped her. She whipped her gaze up at me as we stood there in the darkness, our bodies drawn to one another as my cock throbbed. I wanted to do something different with her this time. I didn't want us to rip one another's clothes off and stumble into the bedroom. This time, I wanted the control. This time, I wanted to be listened to.
Graham?
Yes?
Don't you want to turn on a light? Libby asked.
No, I said.
Okay. Just be careful walking to the room. Mozart has a tendency to drop things willy-nilly.
No, I said.
No, you aren't going to be careful?
No, we're not going to your room, I said with a grin. I stalked towards her, feeling her body tense as I loomed over her. I undid my tie and slid it from my neck, then covered her eyes with it. Her hands flew to my wrists, and I stopped, waiting for her to give me the go-ahead. She held my stance for a long time, and for a moment I thought she was going to tell me no. Until she dropped her hands and nodded her head. I tied the tie around the back of her head, making sure not to catch her hair in it. Then I proceeded to undress the two of us, leaving our clothes in a pile on the floor.
Graham? She asked.
Yes?
What do you want me to do?
Her question was like a chorus of angels to my ears. Get on your knees and wait, I said. I watched her dip down to the floor as I held my cock in my hands. She looked so beautiful, knelt for me with her arms in her lap. My body was shaking with want for her. I wanted to feel her warm lips wrapped around my cock. I wanted to take her on every surface of her fucking bullshit apartment. I wanted her cat meowing from the annoyance of the noise by the time I was done with her. I swiped the head of my cock across her lips, painting my pre-cum like lipstick before she opened and took me in. "Libby," I said with a growl. "Shit." She gagged the further I pushed back, so I relented. I kept my thrusts shallow as my balls grew heavy with want.
I reached down and cupped her cheek, massaging her jaw as she hollowed out her cheeks. My legs were twitching, and the way her tongue rolled around the tip of my cock had me breathless. I wanted to fuck her throat. I wanted to pour myself down her throat and fill her stomach with all of me. But I didn't want to frighten her. We would have to work up to some of those things. She hummed around my cock, and I couldn't take it any longer. I pulled my dick from between her lips before I pulled her up to her feet. I picked her up against my chest, her arms threaded around my neck as she buried her face into my skin. Then I pinned her to the nearest wall. "Graham, you're going to—" "I'm not going to drop you," I said, as I grabbed my cock. "Not by a long shot." I slid into her tight pussy, and she moaned for more. I rolled my hips, feeling her fingernails digging into the meat of my back. I nipped and sucked at her skin, raising welts on her neck and biting marks into her chest. Her pussy throbbed around me, pulling me closer as I quickened my pace. I pressed her between the wall and my chest, my toes digging into the laminated tiling of her fake hardwood floors. Fuck. This woman deserved better than fake-ass hardwood floors. I pounded into her, bouncing her tits against my chest. I caught one of her nipples between my lips as she tangled her hands in my hair. She shoved me deep into her bosom, moaning and whimpering as my cock filled her time and time again. I could feel her ready to burst, but I was nowhere near that point yet. I pulled myself from between her legs and set her down onto her feet. I spun her around and pressed her into the wall, then grabbed her hips for leverage. I slid back into her, watching her back bow for me. She wanted me. She wanted what only I could give her. I slid into her from behind, pounding into her relentlessly as her ass jumped for my viewing pleasure. Her arousal was trickling down my balls as they smacked her clit, and she jumped every time they attacked her body. "Graham! Oh, shit! Yes, Graham! Please, let me come! I need it! Please!" I gripped hard into her hips, pulling her back onto my cock as our scent swirled in the air around us. She was glorious, her body a thing of beauty. Sculptures of her should be carved and put in every museum around the globe. Her curves jumped, and her ass jiggled, and her voice lilted with a breathless want I'd only heard in my wildest fantasies. It was like she was made for me. Made for my viewing pleasure. Made for me to consume. Made for the animal within me. I gritted my teeth as I thrust into her. Faster and faster I went, pulling loud moans from between her lips. My name devolved into incoherent groans while her entire body shook. I could feel her pussy massaging my cock. I could feel her pushing back into me to chase what she so desperately wanted. My vision began to blur as our hips slammed together, skin slapping skin, filling the hallway of her foyer as her pussy exploded around me. It sucked me deeper into her body as she shook, milking my cock for all it had as I stilled within her. I pulled her upright, wrapping my arms around her waist as I stumbled us back into the other wall. My cock slipped from within her, and my cum went shooting across the hallway, painting the wall I had just pinned her to as I held her close to my body. She was heaving for breath and growing weak in her knees. I could feel her sinking to the floor, so I gathered her close to me and followed her every movement. Then, when we were sitting in the middle of her darkened hallway, I gathered her close to me. "That was amazing," Libby said breathlessly. "Yes," I said. "Yes, it was." "Thank you," she said. "And thank you." "Is there any way I can convince you to stay tonight?" she asked. I closed my eyes as I heaved a heavy sigh. "It's all right. I shouldn't have asked." "I've just got an early morning at work," I said. "It's astounding, the number of Sundays you have to work." "Technology stops for no one." You know, if you don't want to stay, all you have to do is say so. It's not going to hurt my feelings.
But the problem was, I did want to stay. I simply couldn't. It's work, I promise, I said.
Then maybe another time,
Libby said with a yawn. Come on, I said as I picked her up. Let's get you into bed. Then I carried her on my weakened legs into her bedroom, tucked her in, and wished her a good night.
13. Libby. Mozart, you can't have any of my ice cream. Don't look at me like that. It's not my fault you can't eat chocolate. I was flipping through my latest book as I ate ice cream straight from the pint. It was a wonderful story, full of adventure and betrayal, and the eventual wedding of two very unlikely characters. I loved stories like that. Stories where two people who were seemingly opposite for each other found their way into the arms of the person they thought they would hate the most. Those stories reminded me a bit of myself and Graham. How we came from seemingly opposing worlds, yet still found a way to enjoy one another. Things had been going smoothly, but it had been a couple of weeks since I'd heard from him. He was off on a business trip that was taking longer than expected, and I was swamped with work. Tutoring had ramped up because of the flu season. Kids needed help getting caught up from being out, and there seemed to be more paperwork in the law firm I worked for. I was bringing work home with me for the first time ever, and it was becoming a bit too much. Which was why I was stress-eating ice cream from the tub. Mozart, stop that! You can't have my ice cream. Cut it out. He was meowing relentlessly, pawing at me trying to get a bite of my food, but I wasn't having it. Joanna's ice cream had still been in the freezer from the last time she had been over, and it needed to be eaten before it went bad. Ice cream could only sit in the freezer for around 3 months before it started getting freezer burn, and there was no way I was letting a half a pint of ice cream go to waste. I crunched down into a nut as I grimaced. A nut? What kind of ice cream was I eating? I hated nuts. They were not a thing I enjoyed. And yet, this one didn't taste so bad. I looked down at the carton and realized I was eating Rocky Road ice cream. Yuck! No! Why in the world had Joanna bought Rocky Road ice cream? I had never seen her eat it in all the years I'd known her. How in the world had I been sitting here mindlessly eating an ice cream I couldn't stand? It boiled down to stress. I was stress-eating so badly, my body didn't care what I was eating. I got up from the couch and went to go throw the pint away. There was no use in putting it back, and there was no way I was finishing it. Nuts and ice cream? Whoever came up with that idea needed to be buried alive with crushed peanut powder. The lid of the trash can popped open, and I threw it away. Then my eyes haphazardly scanned up to my calendar. There was something off about my calendar. I didn't know what it was, and I wasn't sure what was missing, but it gave me pause. Something didn't look right with it, and I felt panic rising in my veins. Was there a date I had forgotten? Something from my bosses? My brain was clawing at me, trying to rise up from my subconscious and scream into my ear. I took my calendar off the wall and flipped it back a couple of months, trying to see what color was missing. I color-coordinated everything. It made me feel like I was more organized. Writing highlighted in blue was tutoring, writing highlighted in yellow was for the law firm, writing highlighted in green were personal plans I made with people, and writing that was highlighted red was to chart my period. I figured it was an appropriate color for that time of the month. I scanned the prior months before I flipped to the current one. Nothing seemed out of place or wrong about it. But something still wasn't sitting well. I sifted through my mind for all the possibilities it could be. Maybe there was something in my email that would alert me to what I was missing. Maybe there was something sent to me I had read in passing, and now my mind was trying to conjure it. I went over to my phone and picked it up right as a notification came through. My blood froze in my veins. You are 11 days late for your period. Have you forgotten to log in? It seemed asinine, but I had a period tracking application on my phone. It helped me during my doctor's appointments when they asked me the date of my last period because I could never remember. For as long as I could think back, my periods had been irregular. 2 periods in a month or 7 weeks in between them. My cycle was a mess, and it had been all of my life. It shouldn't have shocked me that I was 11 days late. In my world, that was nothing. But as I looked back at my trash can, worry settled into my gut. I dropped the calendar, grabbed my phone, and rushed out the door. I ran down to the pharmacy on the corner and barreled into the store. I dashed straight for the family planning aisle and grabbed a box with 2 tests in it. I yanked a bottle of water out of the cooler before I ran up to the cashier, and I threw some money at him before I left. My legs were carrying me as fast as they could as the nuts stuck in my teeth taunted me. My stomach was growling for them, craving them, wanting more of them. I hated nuts. I'd always hated nuts. I pushed into my apartment as Mozart jumped up onto the counter. He hissed at my loud intrusion as I slammed the door, locking it shut behind me. I didn't want anyone disturbing me during this, especially Graham. I didn't want some surprise visit popping up or Joanna popping her head in thinking she was doing me a favor by randomly stopping by. I wanted peace, quiet, and alone time for this. Mozart was pawing underneath the slit of the door like he knew something was in there for him to knock over. I paced back and forth, running my fingers through my hair. What the heck was I going to do if I was pregnant? I couldn't be pregnant. There was no way. Women with periods like mine struggled to get pregnant. This wasn't something that should have been an issue for me. I didn't lead the kind of life a child would want to be raised in. I had a 1-bedroom apartment with no grand plan for a child. Not right now, anyway. I had no savings, no medical insurance, and no money to buy anything a child would need. I looked up at the clock before I drew in a deep breath. The moment of truth. I gently pushed Mozart out of the way with my foot, then creaked the door closed behind me. He was pissed. I knew he was. I could hear him hissing and scratching at the door. He wanted to know what all of the fuss was about, the nosy little cat. But this was a private moment. A moment that could possibly change my life. I took both tests and capped them off. Then I turned them over and read the word that had popped up onto the little digital screens. I felt my world spinning around my head as my body went numb. Tears sprang to my eyes as my hands began to tremor. Time seemed to stop. And at the same time, my heart was racing, thumping 100 miles a second to try and pump the necessary oxygen through my body to jar my brain back to reality. Positive. Both of the tests were positive. I was having Graham's baby. 14. Libby. I knew Graham was back in town, but he kept telling me he was busy with things. Work, or meetings, or he was simply tired. He had never been tired. Work had never tired him out so much that he didn't want to spend time with me. And it only served to worry me more about the situation. I had booked an appointment at the free clinic in town to make sure the pregnancy tests were right, and I came away with prenatal vitamins, a booklet on what to expect, and a roll of glossy black and white pictures. It was official. I really was pregnant. I kept trying to get Graham out to dinner so we could talk, but he kept dodging me. My calls went unanswered, and my conversational text messages were met with one-word answers. I couldn't figure out what in the world had happened. I knew he couldn't know. It wasn't possible for him to know I was pregnant. But he was avoiding me for a reason, and I wanted to know why. I wanted to know why, at the moment I needed him most, he was nowhere to be found. But all I had was his stupid dating profile and his phone number. I knew I could ask Logan for help, but I was so embarrassed. I didn't know how to tell my favorite cousin I was pregnant. And oh yeah, the dad, his groomsmen. The only thing I could do was try to go to his work, but I was swamped with my own. And even if I showed up at his workplace, there was no guarantee that he would see me. For all I knew, he would have me escorted off the premises by security and want nothing more to do with me. I was stuck. Another week rolled by before an opportunity presented itself. According to the doctor's office, I was 9 weeks into my pregnancy, and the nausea was bad, really bad, worse than I'd ever experienced in my life. There were some days where the only thing I could keep down was fluids, and I was dropping a drastic amount of weight quickly. The doctor at the clinic advised me to keep an eye on things. If I started vomiting blood or throwing up in my sleep, I needed to get to a hospital. But I couldn't afford a hospital bill. I'd never be able to pay the damn thing off. Not without Graham's help. It was Saturday morning, and the small cafe across town was bustling with life. They had this soothing, decaffeinated tea made especially for women who were going through pregnancy issues. It was supposed to help with the nausea enough to help me eat something, and it did. Every chance I could get, I would drive the 30 minutes from my apartment to this place, drink 2 cups of their tea, and have a small bowl of fruit. Holding down that fruit was the highlight of every single day, and there were moments when I cried into my tea simply because of how relieved I was to eat something. Then, I heard it. I heard his voice. "A large coffee with a shot of espresso and one of those cinnamon rolls, please." I looked up from my book and stared at him. There he was, in all his splendor, with his strong shoulders and his tailored suit and his large hands that had picked me up as if I was nothing. My eyes raked down his form, studying the whole of him and taking him in. I had missed him. More than I was willing to admit to myself. But he was clearly lying to me. He was clearly not very busy. This cafe was an easy 20 minutes from his work, and I felt hot tears of anger rising to my eyes. I finished off the fruit as I watched him, silently begging him to turn and see me, to lock his eyes with mine and explain to me why the hell he was dodging me so badly. But instead, he grabbed his things and headed out the door. I chugged the rest of my tea, grabbed my book, and left. I walked out and saw him get into a car. Then I rushed to mine and began to follow him. I pulled out behind him in traffic, not really knowing what the hell I was doing. But I followed him turn for turn, trying to stay as inconspicuous as possible. And my heart thundered in my ears when the car he was in turned and headed further out of the city. I followed it, trying to stay a few cars back. I was crazy. I knew I was. There was a battle raging in my mind, telling me to go home, that I had options, that if Graham wanted to see me, he would. He could. But my rolling nausea and the bags pulling at my eyes reminded me of the secret my body was harboring. The secret my body was growing. He had a right to know what was going on, but more than that, I had a right to look him in the eye and ask him what in the world was going on with him. He had a right to know I was pregnant, but I had a right to choose how to tell him. The car pulled into a driveway that sank back into the trees. I passed the driveway and slowed down, trying to see through the thick foliage. I kept traveling down the road and went to turn around, whipping a U-turn in the middle of the road. And when I did, the most spectacular sight came into view. A beautiful house on top of a luscious green hill. I had to pull over and gawk. It was so grand and so beautiful that it brought tears to my eyes. I cursed my pregnancy hormones for making me so emotional, but it was gorgeous. The sun was shining down onto the house as if the house itself was a beacon of safety. a haven for those who were hurting and lonely to come and seek rest within its walls. I felt a peace drape over me as I pulled from the side of the road. Then I turned up the driveway and started for the house. This was it. This was Graham's home. I parked my car as my hands began to sweat. My nerves were getting the best of me, and everything was telling me to turn and run. But I couldn't. I had to stand strong. I was going to be a mother, and being strong was required of me. Strength was something I had to grow into because abortion wasn't an option for me, and mothers needed to be strong for their children. So I drew in a deep breath, grabbed my purse, then headed for the front door. I didn't see the car anywhere, and for a moment I questioned myself. Did the driveway lead somewhere else? Had I been mistaken in where the car had turned into? Maybe there was another driveway I missed. I walked up the decadent porch and stood in front of the massive double doors. I reached for the knocker and slammed it against the door, listening as the sound echoed out into the home. I could only imagine the expanse of the house inside. I heard footsteps approaching the door before it ripped itself open. I was face to face with the man who had been dodging me ever since he got home. And now, I was no longer convinced he had been on a business trip in the first place. Maybe this business trip was his way of avoiding me in the first place. Maybe he had been in town all this time and that was his excuse to not see me. Had he found someone else? Was this thing between us over? Either way, it didn't change why I was here. I lost myself in his piercing eyes before a sound caught my ear. "Daddy? Who's that?" My eyes fell to the floor as a small body pushed beside him. There was a little girl, no more than 5, probably, with bouncing black curls and piercing blue eyes. I looked up at Graham as his face fell. Then the sound of spit bubbles caught my ear. I crouched down a bit and saw more children come into view. 2 identical toddler boys, to be exact. Children. That was what Graham had been hiding. What he had been withholding from me all of these weeks. The man had a fucking family. I looked back up into Graham's eyes as tears crested mine. He was a fake, a phony, a good-for-nothing liar. The woman in the restaurant had been right about him. Everything she yelled at him that night had been true. He was low, the lowest of the low. He probably had a wife in there, waiting on his every beck and call while he dropped his standards for some poor old woman like myself. The side woman. I was nothing more than the side woman. "Libby, what are you doing here?" Graham asked. His question hit me like a ton of bricks. My vision began to blur with my tears as I stumbled back onto the porch. I tripped going down the stairs as my legs carried me as quickly as they could, and I could hear the little girl calling out after me. The rug had been ripped out from underneath me. The hope I felt seeing him in that cafe had been decimated by the bomb that had just dropped. I ripped open my car as Graham yelled my name, calling to me from his porch while his kids surrounded his legs. Kids. He had multiple kids already. This was a huge mistake. Coming here had been a huge mistake. Sleeping with him had been a mistake, and dating him had been an even bigger mistake. How in the hell had I convinced myself that a man like him could have ever settled for a woman like me? I had no prospects, no money. I had no home to invite him into that I could be proud of, or accomplishments with my life I could talk to him about. I had nothing. Well, he had everything. A beautiful home, a company he ran, an accomplished career, and a family to love. He was everything, and I was nothing. And those two things never mixed. Ever. "Libby, stop." I raced down the driveway and left Graham in my rearview mirror. I was never coming back. I had no idea what I was going to do with this child, but I knew what I was going to do immediately. I was going to go home, delete that dating profile, block Graham's number, and move on. Because it was all I could. I had no other choice. Graham Alexander had left me with no other choices. I raced back into town as I tried choking back the vomit rising up my throat. I couldn't do this. Not now. I weaved in and out of traffic, trying to keep my nerves at bay as my hands shook. I was white-knuckling the steering wheel and trying to speed as much as I could without getting caught. My head was pounding, and my stomach was sick with fury. I wanted to get into a long hot shower and wash all of this shit off my skin. I could smell him. I could still feel his lips on my neck. I could feel how his hands gripped my hips and how his muscles molded perfectly to my body. I had to wash him from my skin if I was ever going to move forward. I skidded into a parking space and slammed out of my car. The bile was creeping up my throat as I ran up the steps to my apartment. I threw my door open, not bothering to close it as I dashed for my bathroom. Then I fell to my knees and started spewing up everything from the cafe. I gripped the toilet as my stomach contracted. Was this what dying felt like? Because it felt like I was slowly wasting away. My throat burned and my eyes were dripping with tears. I was trying to cry and heave at the same time, and I kept choking myself. I coughed and spit. My body was rebelling against every decision I had just made. My hands fell to my sides as I rested my cheek against the cold seat of the toilet, my chest panting for air. I felt useless, alone. I felt my eyes fluttering closed. My body was sinking to the linoleum floor of my bathroom as the darkness started to drape over me. It had been almost a month since I'd gotten a decent amount of sleep. If it wasn't the raging headache or the stress from work, it was the nausea. And it was finally catching up to my body. I slowly slid from the toilet seat and dropped to the floor, propping my cheek against my arm and allowing my eyes to close. But before my body was able to drift off to sleep, I heard the toilet flush. Then I felt a pair of arms wrapping around my body. Then I heard that voice again. That husky, ethereal voice that never ceased to make my skin crawl. On the count of 3, I'm going to lift you, okay? 1, 2, 3. Then I was floating, just like I always did when I was in his arms.
15. Graham. Kids, you guys stay here. Daddy? Who's that? Just stay here, guys. Seeing the horror on Libby's face was what I was trying to avoid. I rushed out onto the porch, hoping she would stop when I called after her. It wasn't what it looked like. I knew what she was thinking. I tried very hard to keep my sex life separated from my home life. My kids were my world, especially once their mother started taking a turn for the worst. I ran down the porch, trying to keep my kids back in the house as I yelled for her. Libby, wait! She skidded out of the driveway, and I yanked my phone from my pocket. I called my nanny that had left only moments before and told her to turn back around. I needed her to come stay with the kids so I could take care of something important. Because Libby was important. I ran back into the house and got the kids playing in their rooms. They wouldn't stop asking me who the crying lady was, and it made my heart ache. I'd never meant to hurt Libby, but I made myself a promise long ago to keep my kids away from my personal life. I was a very busy man with needs that needed tending to, and I wasn't afraid to reach out and fulfill them. What I didn't want was a revolving door of women who wanted to act like they enjoyed my children to save face for me. Mr. Alexander, I'm back. Thank fuck. I'm sorry, Melinda, but I have to go, I said.
"What should I tell the kids?" she asked.
"Tell them I'll be home for dinner." I grabbed my suit coat and barreled out the door. I fished my keys out of my pocket as the garage door opened. I was going to need my fastest car. I wasn't letting Libby get away. I knew I had a lot of explaining to do, but now that she knew I had children, it would be easier than lying to her. I had been absent ever since my business trip, and very unavailable for her once I got back, but that wasn't because I was ignoring her. It was because my children had needed me. I raced down the road, weaving in and out of traffic. I had to get to her. I had to explain to Libby what was going on once and for all so I didn't lose her. With any other woman in any other situation, I would have let it go. But something in my gut didn't want to with her. Watching the way her face fell and the sadness behind her eyes was too much to bear. It was too much at the wedding, and it was too much now. Something inside of me wanted to protect her. Something inside of me wanted to keep her happy. And she was hurting because of me. I pulled into her apartment complex and looked up to her apartment. I didn't know what was going on, but I could tell her door was wide open. I slammed the car door behind me and shoved my keys into my pocket, then took the stairs 3 at a time to get to her. I could hear her crying and choking even from outside the apartment, and as I barreled in, I whipped my head around in all directions. "Libby! Where are you?" I heard her coughing, and I followed the sound. I walked into her bedroom, and I could smell the stench coming from her bathroom. I walked in and saw her slumping onto the grimy floor of her apartment, her arms cradling the toilet as her stomach continued to jump with sickness. I walked over and flushed the toilet, ridding her apartment of the foul smell. Then I bent down to pick her up. On the count of 3, I'm going to lift you, okay? 1, 2, 3. I lifted Libby into the air, and she sighed. Her body instinctively curled into me, even though her weak touch tried to push me away. I walked her out of her bathroom and laid her down in her bed, then reached for a tissue so I could clean her mouth off. I smoothed her sweaty hair back from her head as her eyes fluttered open and closed, her body fighting between sleep and staying away. I could see the pain in her face. I could feel her hands shaking from the exertion of her vomiting. I bit down onto my tongue, cursing myself for being such an idiotic asshole. "Take a nap," I said. "I'll be here when you get up." Libby drifted off to sleep, and I took it upon myself to clean up. I went and shut her apartment door, removed my suit coat, then proceeded to clean her bathroom. I didn't want her smelling anything like that once she woke up, because I wanted her to focus on talking to me. I picked up a few things around her apartment and started her small little dishwasher. Then I heard her shifting around in bed. "Graham?" she asked. "I'm right here," I said, as I strode back to her room. "I'm right here, Libby." She looked up at me with reddened eyes, and my heart sank to my toes. I did that to her. I made her feel this way. I reached for her hand to try and take it, but she moved it away. In fact, she shifted her entire body away from me, electing to lay on the other side of the bed I was sitting on. "What are you doing here?" Libby asked. "I owe you some answers," I said. "A few, yes," she said. "But there's something I have to tell you, too." "Let me go first, please." Libby opened her mouth to protest, but nodded before she curled up tighter in bed. "The woman in Boca, remember her?" I asked. "How could I forget? She threw wine in your face," she said. "That woman was my ex. She's the mother of my children." "The 3 children I saw in your home," she said. "Yes. We were never married, but we were engaged. We had some serious issues we were always trying to work through." I sighed as I hunched over and put my head in my hands. "What happened between you two?" Libby asked. "We were together for 4 years," I said. "We had our daughter not too far into the relationship, and I decided to stick by her because I didn't want her doing it alone.
I wanted her to know I was there if she needed me. But after she had our daughter, postpartum depression kicked in. "I'm so sorry," she said. We dealt with it the first time around, and things were going okay. She was on medication that was helping, and a lot of the big, glaring problems faded. But then she got pregnant with the twin boys, and things spiraled. She wasn't sure if she could do more children, and I told her I'd always be there to help. She didn't believe me, so I proposed to try and get her not to worry about it. "Probably not the smartest idea," she said. It wasn't. She was ecstatic, but things quickly changed. She had the boys, and her depression got worse. I tried to get her help, to get her to change medications, but she wasn't having it. She turned to alcohol to help cope, and was doing all sorts of things when she was drunk. Purchasing cars and taking out credit card after credit card. I came home one day to an entire team of people putting in an in-ground pool, a hot tub, and a steam sauna while she was passed out on the couch. "Holy crap," she said breathlessly. I told her she needed to get help. I hired a nanny to help with the kids, but she took it as an invitation to keep drinking. We had fight after fight about it, and the kids were paying the price for it. I rescinded the engagement because I told her I wasn't marrying the person she had turned into, and she accused me of trying to manipulate her into something she wasn't. She stormed out, and I changed the locks on the house, then took her to court for custody of the kids. She hardly even fought me. "You mentioned something about a restraining order at lunch that day. Why do you have that against her?" A few days after the judge awarded me custody of the kids, she broke into the house and tried to take our sons. She was beyond intoxicated and stumbling around everywhere. She really hurt herself, and it ended with 3 traumatized kids and a trip to the hospital. I had my lawyer take one out on her before she left the hospital 4 days later. I felt the bed shift, and I looked up from my hands. Libby was sitting beside me on the bed, her hand rubbing my back. Here was this woman, whose heart I had hurt so much it made her sick, and she was consoling me. I was here to answer her questions, yet she was the one pouring her heart out for me. It was unimaginable, the patience Libby had. I've moved 3 separate times with the kids, and every time we move she finds us, and it's horrible for everyone. That's why I don't tell anyone about them. I'm paranoid that I'll tell someone about them and they'll, know her or something. "I get it," Libby said. "You're protecting your children. I can't fault you for that. If anything, I think you're a greater man for it. And I'm sorry for ignoring you the past couple of weeks. I came home to both of my boys having the flu, and they just started getting better." "My God, Graham. I get why you don't tell people about them, but I would have understood." I know. It's just, there are many reasons I keep them separated from other aspects of my life. Their mother is one, but I also don't want a revolving door of women walking in and out of the house. They've been through enough, and they need stability. My 3 kids need stability. I felt Libby tense as her hand fell from my back. "Libby?" I asked. "What's wrong?" "Your 3 kids," she said. "Yeah, my daughter and my 2 sons," I said. "Would you be willing to change that statement to your 4 kids?" she asked. My eyes connected with Libby's as the blood drained from my heart. 4 kids? Was Libby pregnant? 4 kids, I said. "Yeah." You're pregnant." "Yes," she said with a whisper. "That's why you came to the house." "It is," she said. "How did you know where I lived?" I asked. I was in the cafe across town when you walked in." "Coffee cups?" I asked. "Yeah." "Why didn't you approach me then?" "Honestly, I didn't think you'd talk to me, so I got in my car and followed you." I watched a tear drip down Libby's cheek. She was shaking, and I didn't want her feeling this way any longer. She was the kindest, freest, most incredible woman I had ever met. She was timid and soft-spoken, and her light-hearted nature touched a part of me only my kids had touched. I cupped my hand against her cheek as her tears died on my skin, and when she nuzzled into my touch, I felt my heart explode with happiness. This beautiful, soft, intelligent, soft-spoken woman was carrying my child. "You're pregnant," I said with a smile. "I am," she said with a grin. "We're gonna have a baby." "We?" she asked. "You didn't think I was going to let you do this alone, did you?" I asked. "I wasn't sure what to think. I figured with 3 kids of your own you'd—" I silenced whatever she was going to say with a kiss. I felt her body fall into mine as my arms wrapped around her back. I pulled her into my lap, her legs straddling me as her hands wound tightly in the tendrils of my hair. I felt her tongue lapping at my lips, begging for entrance as my hands roamed her body. Libby was pregnant, with my child. I felt my head spinning with excitement. I deepened the kiss, allowing the fire sparking in my toes to run up my legs. I laid us down onto her bed, rolling her over so she was pinned underneath the strength of my body. I had missed her kisses. I had missed her touch. I had missed the way her body felt underneath mine as her legs spread willingly to accommodate my body. "We're going to have a baby," I said, whispering. "So you're not angry?" Libby asked. My eyes connected with hers as my hand traveled down her body. I watched her eyes flutter closed as her body betrayed her true want for me. I pressed a kiss to her neck, then her shoulder, then her cheek. "I could never be angry with you," I said. Our lips connected again, and that was it. I knew Libby was the one. I didn't know how things were going to turn out, and I didn't know how we would integrate her into the family, but she wasn't going anywhere. I wasn't going anywhere. This past month without her had been a nightmare, and every morning I woke up and wished she was there. I was excited to start a family with her, to raise a child with her and introduce her to my kids. I knew they would love her. I knew they would adore her. Just like I did. But I had to get her to trust me again. I felt Libby's hands planting themselves onto my chest, and I rose up from her body. There was hesitancy in her eyes when there should have been happiness, and it killed a part of me. She didn't trust me any longer, and I couldn't blame her for that. But that didn't mean it had to stay that way. I had to earn Libby's trust back, no matter what it took.
16. Libby. I woke up one morning with a very sick stomach. Pulling myself from my bed, I sighed. It had been a week since I told Graham I was pregnant, and he was acting like he had to make up for lost time. He was constantly text messaging me and calling me in the evenings, and now that I knew he had children, I was wondering what they thought. When he was spending an hour on the phone with me, I was wondering what they were doing. When he was messaging me in the morning, I would wonder where his children were. How did he have all this free time to talk with me? He was a business owner and a father of 3 very small children. What was going on with them while he was talking with me? I didn't like that. I tried to keep my messages short and clipped so he didn't feel the need to talk with me. I wasn't going to allow him to neglect the children he had simply because I was pregnant with another one. In the grand scheme of things, my child wasn't going to be special to him. It wasn't going to be his first child or even his first son or daughter. I was just some woman he'd accidentally gotten pregnant, and I wanted him to know I didn't expect much from him. I didn't expect anything from him. I broke the news to my bosses at the law firm, and they understood. They both had kids at home. They were truly happy I had finally found someone to share my life with. I didn't have the guts to tell them I wasn't walking down the aisle with anyone just yet. I felt lost in a sea of emotions between happiness and stress. Graham blowing up my phone wasn't making anything better. Part of me wanted to tell him what was going on, but I knew he had plenty on his plate. Between raising 3 kids and dealing with his company, he had enough stress in his life. I didn't need to be adding to his plate or start assuming I was special in any way. After all, I wasn't even the first woman he had done this with. I was lying in my bed after calling out sick again, and my phone kept buzzing. I picked it up and I rubbed my eyes, seeing the messages rolling in from Graham. Everything from "How are you feeling?" to "How long do you have to work today?" had been sent, and I almost tossed my phone into the corner. Until a very specific message came in. "My daughter has a ballet recital tonight at 7. Would you like to join us?" He was inviting me to one of his daughter's recitals, where his son's going to be there. I laid there in bed, reading the message over and over again. Why would he be inviting me to a family function? Didn't he want to keep these parts of his life separate? That was what he said a week ago. Had something changed? My fingers hovered above the keypad for what seemed like hours before I drew in a deep breath. If he wanted me to come to his daughter's ballet production, then maybe this was him trying to show me he was in this for the long haul. Maybe he didn't care about me, but this might have been his way of trying to show he was going to be there for this child. And who was I to deny the presence of this child's father, simply because I didn't know where I stood with him? That was selfish of me. And I didn't want to start motherhood by being selfish. So I told him I'd see him at 7. He texted me the address of the venue, and I took the day to rest up for it. My body was more exhausted than it had ever been, and I slipped in and out of sleep all day. I kept dreaming of him. I closed my eyes and saw his beautiful face. I imagined what our child would look like, if they would have his eyes or mine. Would we have a son or a daughter? Did Graham have a preference? Would his children accept my child as one of their siblings, or would my child forever be destined to be an outcast? I woke up with more worry rushing through my veins than ever before, and I rushed around to get ready for the production. Then I went to meet Graham. He was waiting for me with his sons in his arms. They were dressed in suits that matched the one their father had on, and it forced a smile upon my cheeks. They were wiggling around and making a mess of their father, and without thinking, I held my hands out for one of them. He fell into my grasp, and I held him close, smiling down at the boy with shaggy brown hair. He wrapped his arms around me, and I held him close, and I could feel Graham's eyes on me the entire time. "You look wonderful, Libby." "Thanks," I said. "We should really take our seats." I held one of his sons in my lap the entire recital. His daughter was beautiful, tiptoeing around the stage and doing these cute little jumps. Her face lit up every time she was out in front, showcasing how she could twirl and jump and kick high to the sky. I looked over at Graham and saw his eyes light up. He was so proud of his daughter and what she was doing. He cradled his sleeping son against his chest as he took in his daughter's performance, and my heart melted at the sight. This massive man, with muscles bulging from his suit and eyes that could pierce any enemy, was softened by the moves of his daughter and the feel of his son against his chest. In that very moment, I understood the type of man Graham was. I got a glimpse of the true person inside. I saw him for who he was, not the businessman/lover he portrayed himself to be. Deep to his core, he was a family man. A man willing to sacrifice anything and everything for the happiness and safety of his children. This was the piece of him I had been missing. This was the piece of him he had been concealing from me. This was what had been missing on all of those dates where I thought he seemed distant and unaware of his surroundings. I studied him, reveling in the beauty of his fatherhood. Soft snores started coming from my...
Allow yourself a moment of stillness, where time slows and the world feels gentle for just a breath.
chest, and I dropped my gaze. His son was fast asleep on me, pressed deeply into my bosom with his cheek against my heart. Graham looked down at me, smiling a smile I'd never seen on his face before. I cupped his son's head with my hand, feeling the way he snuggled closer into me as tears crested my eyes. We could make a wonderful team if we could get ourselves back on track. The production ended, and the two of us rose to our feet. We clapped our free hands against our legs, cradling the two sleeping twins against our bodies. I started whooping when his daughter took the stage, bowing deeply with her tutu bouncing against her waist. I looked up at Graham and saw tears lining his eyes, tears of pride as he cheered his daughter on. We moved from our seats and made our way backstage. The young girls were hustling everywhere, but my eyes were locked on his daughter. The moment she saw her father, she took off, running with open arms straight into his. I peeled his sleeping son from him, cradling them both against me so he could hug his daughter tight. Then she turned to me and smiled. "Hi, I'm Lizzie. Are you feeling better?" I furrowed my brow as my eyes darted to Graham. "She recognizes you from the porch," he said. Oh, Lizzie, it's very nice to meet you, and yes, I'm just fine. I wasn't feeling very well that day, and when I saw you guys were home, I ran away so you wouldn't get sick. I heard the boys weren't feeling well and I didn't want to risk it. Yeah, my brother's had the flu. Do you know which one is which? Lizzie asked. I chuckled as Graham set his daughter down onto her feet. I'm still getting the hang of it. Why don't you remind me? I asked. The one with the longer hair is Deacon. The one with the shorter hair parted off to the side like Daddy's is Daniel. I think I can remember that now, I said. Thank you very much for your help. Did you like my dancing? She asked. I loved it. I can't dance like that. I'm very jealous, I said. I could teach you if you want. I would like that very much, I said with a smile. I looked up at Graham and there was an expression on his face I couldn't read. I knew he was studying the situation, but there was a shadow of a grin on his cheeks. He reached for Daniel, who was fast asleep, but as soon as my tired arm hit my side, I felt a small hand slide within mine. I looked down to see Lizzie smiling up at me. Are you a friend of Daddy's? She asked. I looked at Graham before I drew in a deep breath. I am, yes. Is it okay that I'm here? I asked. Yeah, I like it. Daddy doesn't have friends, so it's nice to know he has one, Lizzie said. I have plenty of friends, Graham protested. But none that come over and play. We get to have friends over all the time, but you don't bring any over, Lizzie said. That's because I'm too busy cleaning up after you guys, Graham teased. No, it's because you work too much, Lizzie said. I think she's calling you out on that one, I said. Well, how about we focus on getting ice cream to celebrate your wonderful performance, Graham said. Really? Lizzie asked. I could get behind ice cream, I said. But will the boys be okay? Graham's eyes connected with mine again as that unreadable expression crossed his face. They sleep anywhere, Lizzie said. Come on, we can go to my favorite place. Why's it your favorite? I asked. Because they have oatmeal raisin cookie dough ice cream, Lizzie said. That actually doesn't sound half bad, I said. It's the best. Now, come on. Lizzie tugged my body and I relented with a giggle. I cradled Deacon against my body, trying not to jostle him too much, as Graham followed quickly behind me. Lizzie dragged us all to the car, and I helped get the boys situated in their car seats. Then I shut the door and looked up at Graham. Follow you guys there? I asked. I figured you wouldn't have a problem with that, he said with a wink.
17. Graham. I leaned against the door jamb as I watched Libby sit on the edge of my daughter's bed. She was reading a book to her, and Lizzie was enjoying every second of it. The light in my daughter's eyes as Libby turned each and every page was unmistakable, and I enjoyed the way they were always bonding when Libby came over. The boys had taken to her already, but they were pretty friendly toddlers. They'd take to just about anyone if they spent enough time around them. But Lizzie was a different story. She was skeptical of anyone that came around. She was the child that always clung to my pant leg if she was ever meeting someone new. But she never did that with Libby. Not once. The way the two of them had bonded warmed my heart. Lizzie would go running across the marble floors of our home to rip open the door whenever Libby arrived for dinner. She'd catapult herself into Libby's arms and hug her tightly, the two of them smiling until it hurt. Lizzie would talk her ear off, and Libby took it in stride, answering all of her questions as if they were the most important thing in the world. And her bond with the boys was priceless. She never hesitated to take them and change them if I was busy with something. She learned her way around the house quickly and would do things like get them sippy cups full of milk and put them in their playpens. When they cried, she would jump to figure out what was wrong. When they yawned, she wouldn't hesitate to take them both upstairs and bed them down early. She was the first to volunteer herself for bath time, and even bought these tablets that made the water the boys were in change colors. Libby had no idea how naturally this all came to her, and every time she was around, I saw the mother in her emerge. Libby tucked my daughter tightly underneath the covers before coming to turn out the light.
She smiled up at me before she shut the door. Then the two of us were alone in the hallway. The past 4 weeks with her had been phenomenal. We had family dinners at my house so the kids could get to know her. Then we'd cuddle up on the couch and watch a movie with a milkshake or something her stomach could tolerate. She was starting to tip into her second trimester, so her nausea was abating, but not by much. There were still moments where I could call her to talk, and I could tell she had just been sick. I hated it for her. I wanted to take it all away from her and shoulder it myself. "How was tucking in the boys?" Libby asked. "They're the easy ones. Lizzie's the high-maintenance child," I said. "She doesn't seem high-maintenance to me. Brushing her teeth, picking out pajamas, picking out a book to read, and snuggling underneath the covers is pretty straightforward." "I put the boys in pants and lay them down with blankets," I said. "Then you simply don't understand how a girl works," she said, giggling. "I knew enough to snag someone like you." "Well, don't make it sound so romantic," she said flatly. "Come on," I said, chuckling. "There's raspberry sorbet waiting for us downstairs." I took Libby's hand in mine and guided her back downstairs. Every once in a while, I caught her gawking at my home. Compared to what she lived in, it was pretty outlandish. Hell, compared to what everyone lived in, it was pretty outlandish. But I wanted a space my kids could bring all their friends to and not feel like I was breathing down their necks. I also wanted a place where I felt the kids could roam without ruining my space. It worked for us, even though it seemed bombastic and overdone to most. Her favorite room of my house so far was the library. It sat at the back of the house and was completely off-limits to the kids. They had their own little library with age-appropriate books of all kinds, coloring books with crayons taped to the inside and cardboard picture books, children's poetry books, and those little puppet books that had all the things the boys could touch and feel and explore. The library at the back of the house, however, was fit for an adult. It had its own fireplace and cozy nooks with reading chairs. It had a large window on the far side of the wall that overlooked the hillside slope of the property. The windowsill was decorated with a plush cushion and had blankets folded in the corner, and the floor-to-ceiling bookshelves were piled high with books, both read and unread by all in the house. There was a coffee station in case the reader wanted coffee, and a small miniature bar in case the reader wanted something stronger. There were blankets and fuzzy socks and anything else I could think of to make the person enjoying this space as relaxed as possible. And every single time, Libby would gravitate to that room. "I can't imagine what a place like this must cost," Libby said. "I can't believe you haven't gotten used to it," I said. "I don't think I will. You've seen where I live. That's what I'm used to." "Well, get used to all this, because you're carrying my child, and the two of you will have the best." "I don't need the best, Graham." "But you deserve the best, and I want to give it to you." "I don't want your money." "I never said you did." "All I want is your support through all this." "And you have it," I said. "All of it, for as long as you want it. And it'll be the best support you could ever receive." "I don't need the best, Graham." "Before we get into this pitiful little fight that will end with you underneath me, I have something I want to talk about," I said with a grin. "And simply because you said that, no sex for you," she said. "That's what you think." "You're insane. You know that?" "For you, maybe," I said. I walked out of the library toward the kitchen. She followed, just like I knew she would. I watched her cheek flush underneath my words as we stood in the middle of the kitchen. "Anyway, what is it you want to talk about?" she asked. I was wondering if we had reached an appropriate time to tell the kids about their new sibling. "Now? I mean, you want to tell the kids now?" she asked. I watched the color drain from Libby's face as I pulled the sorbet from the freezer. "You know we have to tell them sometime. Eventually you're going to start showing, and they'll start asking questions," I said. "And by them, I mean Lizzie." Yeah, I know that. I just don't really know how they'll react. And by they, I mean Lizzie. The boys are too young to understand what's going on."
"Yep. I mean, they turn 2 next month. But Lizzie, she'll be excited," I said.
"How do you know?"
"She was ecstatic when her mother got pregnant with the twins."
"But I'm not her mother," she said.
I scooped us up 2 bowls of sorbet and carried it over to where she was sitting. I could see the panic ebbing behind her eyes, and it hurt. What was she panicking over? The kids loved her. The dinners were going fantastic, and they were even asking about her during the week, wondering if she would come over and play, or go on our family outings with us on the weekends. "Talk to me," I said. "Tell me what's bothering you." "This is my first child, Graham. I just don't want to spend it fielding other people's disappointment and anger." "Why would anyone be disappointed or angry at you being pregnant?" I asked.
"I don't know," she said as she picked up her spoon. "But it could happen, right?"
"Libby, you can't worry yourself about stuff like that, especially when you don't know how people around are going to react. Look at me. Did I seem disappointed or angry when you told me?"
"No, but you were obligated to be happy."
"Obligated?" I asked.
"Yeah. Anything else would have made you look like a bigger ass."
My eyebrows ticked up as I watched Libby play with her sorbet. Her eyes were cast out the window, and she was gazing off into the nighttime sky. This was about something else. There was something else bothering her that she wasn't talking about. Something that had been rumbling around in her system far too long without speaking about it. "If we're going to raise a child together, we have to be able to talk this out," I said.
"I just don't know if telling your kids is the right thing to do."
"Why not?" I asked. "Don't you want them to know their little brother or sister?"
"I do, so much, Graham. But I don't—"
"What, Libby? What is it? Just say it."
"I don't want them thinking we're together. I don't want them thinking I'm going to be their new mother when we don't even know what this is."
I saw tears welling in her eyes as she pushed her bowl of sorbet away from her. That was what this was all about. Libby still wasn't sure if we should be together. Despite all the wonderful dinner nights and the dates we had and the phone calls we shared, she still wasn't sure. "Libby, look at me." I watched her turn her watery gaze to mine, and it broke my heart. "What else can I do to prove to you that we belong together?" I asked.
"Just because I'm pregnant doesn't mean we belong together, Graham."
"I'm not talking about your pregnancy, Libby. Even before that, before you came to my doorstep and found out about my family, there was something between us. I know you felt it."
"Graham,
I know I damaged your trust in me. I know I intentionally pulled the wool over your eyes, but it was only to protect my kids. It's always ever been to protect my kids. And pretty soon, I'll be protecting our kid as well as you, no matter what it takes."
"Graham,
Tell me what I can do. I'm willing to do anything. I want a family with you, Libby. I want this. With you."
"I need time, Graham. I need time."
I watched her get up from her seat and grab her things in the corner. She fluttered down the hallway, her hips swaying lightly and her feet sliding across the floor. Even at 3 months pregnant, she still moved with the grace she'd had at that wedding. The wedding that brought us together and established me as her protector before I ever knew what I was in for with her. I jumped up from my seat and raced after her, catching her wrist before she walked out the door. "Stay with me," I said. I watched her body still, but she didn't turn to look at me. "I know it's not fair of me to ask. I know you asked that of me so many times when we were together before. But I promise you, if you stay, you'll never want for anything. You'll be cared for and protected and cherished. I'll never force anything on you that you don't want, and I'll never ask anything of you that I know you can't give." I heard her sigh, then felt her pull her wrist from my grasp.
"You're right," she said, as she stepped out onto the porch. "It's not fair of you to ask." Then she walked down the steps, headed to her car, and drove off into the night.
18. Libby. "Your daughter's so well behaved," I said. "How did you do it?" "You only get this side of her when you're in public with her," Joanna said. "When she's at home, she can really be a terror." "Oh, is Mama talking bad about you?" I said. "That's so mean. That's so mean of her. Come here. You're so precious. I'm sure you are a wonderful girl at home." I took the little girl from Joanna's arms and cradled her against my body. She was the sweetest thing I had ever come across. She was calmly sitting in her high chair and eating her food while the two of us caught up over lunch. She was smiling and drawing designs in her mashed-up avocado. She was all smiles and had this toothy little grin that made my heart melt. "How are you feeling?" Joanna asked. "I'm doing okay," I said. "No, I mean, how's the pregnancy going? You're, 5 months along now?" 5.5, I said. "And I really am doing okay. The nausea finally subsided, but now I crave all the weirdest things. With her, all I wanted to do was drink milk and eat oranges over the sink." "You craved eating over the sink?" I asked. "I wanted them so badly, I wasn't patient enough to put them on a plate. I sliced them and dove right in over the kitchen sink. But we realized why once her teeth started coming in." "Why?" I asked. "Is there something wrong?" "Not really wrong, but she's got weak teeth. The enamel on her teeth didn't form properly, which was why my body was craving milk so much. She wasn't developing properly, and my body was craving the necessary calcium in order to try and right what was going wrong." "Then what did the oranges do?" "Vitamin C helps the calcium adhere and stick. The more milk my body required, the more vitamin C it required." "So the things I'm craving are my body's way of telling me I need more of that nutrient?" I asked. "Sometimes. What have you been craving?" "Banana, marshmallow, fluff, and mustard sandwiches," I said. Joanna stared at me blankly before she stifled her laughter. "I've got nothing," she said. "You're gross." "Don't worry, Graham thinks it's gross too. He got it in his head that whatever I was craving, he would eat with me so I wouldn't feel alone in the weirdness. I tested him and asked him to make me that sandwich, and he tried it with me, just to keep his word. The issue was, he spat it out and I kept eating. And now, I can't stop thinking about it. First off, disgusting. You're still gross. Second of all, you really need to stop testing that man. I'm not testing him. He's the one who came up with the stupid idea to not eat things I couldn't eat, and to eat all the things I did. Because he cares about you and what's going on with your body. He doesn't want you to feel left out of anything. It's actually really sweet. My husband ate ice cream in front of me while the stuff made me gag. You're lucky." "I know I am." I know that tone of voice. "Spit it out. What's on your mind?" she asked. "It's stupid." "Nothing is stupid when you're pregnant. Now spill." "It's just that Graham wants to put on this baby shower. You know, this massive affair at his home." "The gargantuan home you're always going on about with the library?" she asked. "Yep, that one. But he wants to invite his family." "That's usually who attends a baby shower, yes?" "All of his family." "What's the big deal?" she asked. "I haven't met his family yet." "Ah, so that is a big deal. You're nervous to meet them?" "Of course I am. Joanna, I'm a part-time tutor and a part-time law firm secretary. He's the owner of the biggest technology company in the nation." "So? Who the hell cares?" "They're going to care. I'm nowhere near his league. His family's going to expect one thing. Then they're going to meet me. They're going to be disappointed, and it's going to ruin everything." "You mean like you're ruining everything?" "What?" I asked. "I know you're holding him at arm's length because of the things that happened between you two, but that was months ago. At some point in time, you have to either let go and start trusting him, or tell him the two of you are simply going to be co-parents and keep pressing forward. So you think I'm leading him on? No, but I do think you're scared. And I do think you're letting that fear get the best of you, which you don't deserve, and neither does he. I don't know what to do. I only know that meeting his family while we're still like this isn't the best thing. I completely agree. Which means you'll have to sit down and have a talk with Graham, she said. Which means you'll have to make up your mind. On what? On whether or not you want to be with him. I sat there picking at my salad as Joanna's input rattled through my mind. Was I stringing Graham on like she thought I was? Like I thought I was? I wanted to be with him. I enjoyed the time I spent around him and his kids. The larger I grew in my pregnancy, the more excited I got. So why was I so scared? What was I so afraid of? Do you love him? What? I asked. Do you love him? Joanna asked. I don't... Where did that... That's what this all boils down to. Graham seems like a great guy, and from what you've told me, he seems to really care about you. So you have to figure out if you care about him back. Do you? Of course I do. So you do love him. I don't think it's... Did I love him? The past few months had been a whirlwind, but could I say I loved him? I mean, whenever I laid down in my bed at night, I wished he was there. Every time I woke up in his bed at his house, my heart fluttered with joy. There were nights when I craved him so badly, I needed to hear his voice. But was that love? Or infatuation? What do you have to lose by trying to make things work with the father of your child? Joanna asked. Nothing, I said. But I don't want to get my hopes up either. I did that with him once, and he dodged me for 2 weeks before I found out he had 3 kids. That he dodged you because of. He didn't duck you because he had another woman in the picture. He ducked you because his kids were sick, and he wasn't ready to tell you about them. How can you still be upset about that? I'm not upset that he dodged me because of his kids, I said. Then what are you upset about? I'm upset that he only trusted me with them once he found out I was pregnant. That was really the truth. Our relationship had only really taken off after that encounter because I told him I was pregnant. How was I supposed to know if he really wanted me? Maybe he was simply doing all this because I was pregnant with his child. Maybe he didn't care about me the way I cared about him. Because the truth was, I did care about Graham. A lot. You think he's being disingenuous because you're pregnant? Joanna said. Yes, I do. I'm so scared this is all a ruse, and that when this child comes and things get real, he'll back away. From your child? No. From me. I don't doubt for 1 second that he'd do anything for our child. But me? I don't know. He didn't trust me in the beginning with his secrets, and then I tell him I'm pregnant, and suddenly I know everything about him. He's unwilling to keep secrets now? How is that supposed to make me feel? Have you talked with him about this? She asked. No, I haven't. You know communication's imperative for 2 people having a child, right? So Graham has told me time and time again. Then maybe you should take the sign he's showing you. What if I lose him, Joanna? I asked breathlessly. So you do love him. I felt my eyes water as I finally admitted the truth to myself. I did. I was in love with Graham. I was in love with his piercing blue stare and his thick head of hair. I was in love with his chiseled muscles and the soul they encased. I was in love with his laughter and in love with his command. I was in love with his zest for life and his dedication to our child. I was in love with him, and I was petrified that he wasn't in love with me. I'm not sure. I could be, I said with a shrug. There are so many things to sort out still. There will always be things to sort out, Libby. Coming from a mother of a fairly well-behaved daughter, you'll always have things to sort out. Your life won't ever fully fall into place after you have that kid you're growing. Ever. But that's what Graham's there for. To help you when those times get hard. And if you love him, stop denying it. It's only going to hurt you two more. And if you do love him, then start acting like it, because one day you're going to test him. He's going to fail, and you're going to go, aha, when you make your own worst nightmare come true. Can I tell you something stupid? I asked. Anything to lighten up this conversation, Joanna said. I always imagined I'd get married first. Joanna started to giggle, and it caused me to do the same. We were trying to stifle our laughter in the middle of the restaurant as she held her daughter in her lap. I cupped my hand over my mouth and bit down my lip, trying desperately to not howl out into the room. Laughter with Joanna was always cathartic, even though it was tinged with a bit of sadness. Do you know what I say to all of this? Joanna asked. What's that? I asked. Do what you want. If you want to love Graham, then love him. If you want to get married, then talk to him about it. If you want to live with him or on your own or in a molehill on top of a mountain, talk to him. But whatever you decide to do, talk to the man, Libby. Stop keeping him in the dark. Okay, I said as I nodded my head. Okay, I'll talk to Graham. Good. Now, what's the gender of this child you're carrying? She asked. We still don't know. What? Yeah, every time we go in for an ultrasound, she gets stubborn. So you feel it's a girl? It seems more natural to call our child that, yes, but I'm really not sure. A mother's intuition is powerful. Never doubt it, she said. Didn't you use mother's intuition to explain why you thought your child had cancer instead of colic? I asked. Okay, don't always trust your intuition, but it's good sometimes. I giggled at my friend as I grabbed my water to drink. You're going to be a fabulous mom, Libby. I don't know about all that, I said, but I can tell you I'm ready for the journey. Then brace yourself, because it's gonna be a doozy.
19. Graham. Every time I saw her, my heart filled with joy. Libby had just hit her 6-month mark, and she looked fabulous. Officially into her 3rd trimester, with the most incredible baby bump, I loved taking care of her. She was still insistent on staying in her apartment, even though I was vehemently against it. But she stayed over on the weekends and came over every night for dinner. I was beginning to see how fiercely independent she was, despite her quiet demeanor, and there was something incredibly alluring about that. Never once had she ever asked me for money, though I knew she was struggling. She wasn't tutoring the further along she got in her pregnancy, and I knew it was taking a chunk out of her monthly finances. So every once in a while, I'd draw cash out of the ATM and stick it in her wallet without her noticing. Every day was a new experience with her. Lizzie was bouncing off the walls and constantly asking when her newest sibling was coming. She was convinced it was going to be a girl, that she was going to have a younger sister to go along with her 2 younger brothers. And sometimes I caught Libby saying she instead of it. Whenever we went for our ultrasounds, we tried to figure out the gender so we would know how to plan things out for a nursery, shower, and clothes. But every time the ultrasound technician went to zoom in on our little one's body parts, that kid would burrow so far back into Libby's spine it would bring tears to her eyes. I didn't have the heart to let the ultrasound technician press any harder into Libby, so we always stopped the process there. Whenever I was lucky enough to wake up with her in my arms, I couldn't stop staring at her. The way the light streamed through the windows of my home and bounced off her luscious features was something that set my veins on fire for her.
More than once, I'd woken her up with my kisses on her beautiful skin. I loved mornings like that. Mornings where the kids slept in and I could have her properly. But every time I fell asleep without her there, my heart ached. Every time I walked into my home and didn't see her smiling face waddling around, it chipped at a piece of my heart. I wanted her there, needed her there. After a long day at work, she was the first person I wanted to call. If we hit a milestone with one of the kids, she was the first person I wanted to celebrate with. She was the first thing on my mind in the morning and the last thing on my mind before I went to bed, and I wasn't willing to live another second of my life without her. So, I started planning. "Where are we going?" Libby asked. "You'll see. I thought it would be a nice surprise," I said. "Why are the kids with the nanny again? They could have come with us. It's Friday night. We always go out on Friday nights." "Don't worry. I ran it by Lizzie, and she said it was just fine," I said with a grin. "She's the one that really runs that house, isn't she?" "Now you're catching on." I pulled up into the parking lot of the Stan mansion, and Libby gasped. She whipped her head over at me, and I took her hand within mine. Bringing her knuckles to my lips, I kissed every single one of them. She looked beautiful in the dress she had picked out to wear, and I couldn't wait to get it off of her. But first, there was something I had to do. "Come on, dinner's waiting for us," I said. "I didn't know the mansion did dinner service like that," Libby said. "They don't, but I called them up, and they made an exception for us. Come on, I think you're going to like what we're eating." I helped Libby from the car and held her hand as we walked in. There was a line of waitstaff and cooks waiting to greet us as we walked in. I led her to one of the reception rooms, and it was dark. The only source of light was a spotlight on a table in the middle of the room. "Graham, what is all this?" Libby asked. "Just take it all in. I wanted us to have a special night together." I pulled out her chair and helped her to sit down. She was getting to that point in her pregnancy where she required a lot more help to do basic things, which was why I was so adamant about her moving in. Whenever she was with me, I listened to her struggle to get out of bed sometimes. My greatest fear was that she would be alone in her apartment and take a tumble and not be able to get herself back up. "You look worried," Libby said. "Is everything okay?" "Everything's fine," I said. "Shouldn't we have menus?" she asked. I already put in our order for the evening. "What are we having?" And right on cue, our waiter for the evening appeared with 2 full plates of food. "Duck confit for the father, and a toasted banana, marshmallow, and mustard sandwich for the mother." "You did not," Libby said with a giggle. "Oh, I did," I said. "I know you hate it, but it smells wonderful." "I'm glad. I wasn't sure what you would like as a side, so I went with crisp vegetables and a cheesy risotto." "It smells heavenly," she said. "Thank you so much." About halfway through the meal, I smelled it, the cake I had ordered. I watched the waiter move cautiously in the shadows, and I prepared myself for the inevitable. Everything was out of my hands now. I eyed the waiter as he approached the table, coming into the spotlight and catching Libby's attention. Then I watched her expression fall. "I think someone might have messed something up, Graham." "Why?" I asked. "This is a wedding cake." "It is." "What did you tell them to do for dessert?" she asked. "I promise this cake is for the 2 of you," the waiter said. Then I nodded at him before he bowed and walked away. "I can go back and talk to someone if you want me to," Libby said. "Why don't you take a look at the cake first? Maybe you might like it," I said. I watched her eyes fall to the cake as I clenched my fists in my lap. I waited for her eyes to catch it, to scan the top of the cake and take in what was there. I watched her eyes journey up the intricate piping and graze past the fondant flowers. I watched her finger dip into the icing before she popped it into her mouth, moaning with delight. Her eyes crept farther and farther up the dainty cake made especially for two, and when her eyes stopped at the top, I did what I needed to do. I slid out of my chair and got down onto one knee. "Graham? What is that?" I reached up to the top of the cake, plucked the ring from its stand, and took hold of her left hand. "Libby, from the moment I laid eyes on you at that wedding 8 months ago, I thought you were beautiful. I saw you struggling with your parents, trying to bat them away, and all I could think about was helping you. I had no idea why I felt that pull towards you, to help you and rescue you when you needed it the most, but I did. And ever since that night, I couldn't stop thinking about you." "Graham," she said breathlessly. "The more I got to know you, the more I enjoyed the woman you were. Despite our differences in lifestyles, you understand me better than anyone I've ever come across. Now more than ever, I know that you're the woman for me. I know you're the person I want to spend the rest of my life with. I want to raise my family with you, and I want to wake up to you. I want to help you through all the good times and the bad ones, and stand by you even when no one else will. I want to give you everything, Libby. Everything I have is yours if you want it. And if you don't, then we'll give it all away and go find what it is you truly want. All I ask is that we become a family. Together, forever, no matter what. Libby Tressler, I love you. With every fiber of my being and every atom of my soul. Will you marry me?" I watched Libby's eyes well with tears as she dipped her lips to mine. The kiss was soft, kind, sensual, just like her. I felt her hands cup my cheeks as I stood up, clasping the ring tightly in my hand. I felt her stomach pressing into mine as she stood with me, her hands wrapping around my neck and pulling me as close as she could get. Then she answered, and tears of my own sprang to my eyes. "I love you, Graham," she said. "All I've ever wanted was a family to call my own, someone to love and cherish for the rest of my life. I've been so scared to tell you how I feel because I was terrified that you wouldn't feel the same way." "I love you, Libby," I said. "Please marry me. I don't want to do this life without you." Libby pressed a kiss to my ear before she pulled back, her dazzling eyes dripping with tears of happiness. "It would be an honor to marry you, Graham Alexander." The music started as I slid her engagement ring onto her finger. Despite the swelling in her hands, it still fit her beautifully. The music was low and the reception room was empty, and as I pulled her into me and started moving her across the floor, my heart exploded with joy. I finally had everything I could have ever wanted, and I saw my future blossoming in her tear-stained eyes.
20. Libby. "Oh my gosh, Libby, you look spectacular. I still can't believe this is happening. Joanna, I'm getting married. If I looked that good at 8.5 months pregnant, I would have gotten married then too," Joanna said. "I still can't believe he threw this together so quickly," I said. "I told you. All you had to do was be honest with a man like Graham. That man out there loves you. He'd give you the world if you asked for it." "All I want is him, Joanna. That's all I've ever wanted." "And in a few more minutes, he'll be all yours," she said. The dress I was wearing framed my very pregnant body wonderfully. It had a heart-shaped bodice made of shining fabric and light lacy sleeves that slipped off my shoulders. The body of the dress fell around my stomach nicely and hung towards the floor, billowing out at my ankles. Every time I moved, it swished against my legs, making me feel like the princess I had always wanted to feel like at my own wedding. "Ready for the finishing touches?" Joanna asked. My veil was a full-length veil that had a beautiful lacy train behind it. My makeup was minimal, but Joanna insisted on the ruby red lips. Graham had left me a gift that morning in my room before we parted ways to get ready, and I was wearing it around my neck. A beautiful pearl necklace with matching stud earrings that went well with my hair piled high on my head. I'd never felt more beautiful in my entire life. "Is it normal to be nervous?" I asked. "I was petrified," Joanna said. "So I should be," I said. "What? Nervous? Not all brides are. Why, are you not nervous?" "No, I'm really not." "That's a good thing. It means you have one less thing to worry about," she said. "I think my biggest worry right now is going into labor during my wedding. You're getting married today even if I have to hold you up with my bare hands. Nothing is stopping this from happening. By the time today is over, you will be Mrs. Graham Alexander." "Joanna?" "Yes?" "Thank you for being my matron of honor." I turned around and hugged my friend, holding her as close as I could get her. This was it. We were minutes away from walking down the stairs to get ready for the ceremony. I tried to keep the tears at bay as Joanna rubbed my back, cooing in my ear that things would turn out just fine. It wasn't that I was worried about my future. A life with Graham was the only thing I wanted from the moment I watched his daughter dance on that stage. But I was worried about raising 3 kids that technically weren't mine. "You're going to be a spectacular mother," Joanna said breathlessly. "To all of those kids." "How can you always read my mind?" I asked. "It's a gift," she said. "And it comes with a great deal of responsibility." "You're insane." "And you're ready. Want me to help you down the stairs?" I took Joanna's hand, and we went to take our place at the same altar I had watched Logan say his vows at all those months ago. The music struck up, and she processed down the aisle, her beautiful bouquet of flowers in hand. I gripped my flowers tightly as I focused on the beautiful pinks and yellows and reds. Neither Graham nor I could decide on which 2 colors to pick, so we simply went with all 3. Pink for the dress I wore that he first saw me in, yellow for the sun Graham claimed that shined against my body in the mornings, and red for the fiery passion that had been stoked between us. He was such a romantic, and it was one of the main reasons I loved him. The music changed to my processional, and I drew in a deep breath. I raised my head as 2 men opened the doors for me, and I felt the air leave my lungs. There was Graham, in a tailored tuxedo, looking straight at me. With his crimson-red button-down shirt and a pale yellow tie, he had a light pink flower attached to the collar of his tuxedo jacket. He looked spectacular with his piercing eyes and his strong stance. I wanted to go to him. I wanted to run into his arms and never let go. "Are you ready, Princess?" I looked over at my father as he offered his arm to me. "Are you okay, Daddy?" I asked. "I have to admit, your mother and I were worried about how quickly the 2 of you were diving into this. But I see the way he looks at you, and I see the way you look at him. It's reminiscent of the way your mother and I used to look at one another." "Probably not the best omen to start my marriage with," I said with a grin. "If there's one piece of advice I can give you, Princess, it's this. Don't allow yourself to get caught up in the small things. Your mother and I did that. We focused so much on you that we lost ourselves. The anger from our arguments made us focus on things that didn't matter. Where we were spending holidays, what presents to get you for Christmas, stupid things like that. Take time to be with Graham. It's okay to use the nanny if you need time off, and never, ever, ever go to bed upset. Always resolve, always compromise, and always cling to one another, even if you can't stand to look at him." "Thanks, Daddy," I said breathlessly. I threw my arms around my father, willing my tears to stay at bay. I linked my arm in his, and we started down the aisle, my mother peeking her head around from the crowd to get a glimpse of me. Lizzie was standing by Joanna up at the front, and Jake was wrangling Deacon and Daniel in his arms. It had been a doozy meeting Jake, and he sure was a wild one. He was insistent on Graham having a bachelor weekend in Las Vegas, and when the two of them returned, Graham looked like he had been run through a wood chipper. He was a good friend to Graham, and though he was wild and very boisterous at times, I enjoyed being around him. He was supportive of the two of us and very excited at the idea of Graham having another child. Despite him being a party boy, he really was good with the kids. My eyes locked with Graham as my heart thundered in my ears. This was it. This was my chance at my own happily ever after. My father lifted the small veil over my eyes and kissed my cheek. Then he handed me off to Graham as our fingers laced together. Then the ceremony began. Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today in front of God and family to celebrate the union of these two people. If there is anyone here who objects to this union, speak now or forever hold your peace. I scanned the audience and saw someone stand. Who the hell was that? That's okay. If they have issues, they know where the door is. Don't panic, Jake said. As I looked up again, I recognized the woman walking out of the wedding. It was Graham's ex. She had finally given up. She had let him go, let the kids go. I didn't even know why she showed up, honestly. Except maybe this was her way to make peace, to know that he was okay, that her kids would be taken care of, that she could finally let go. Graham was mine. A massive smile peeled across Graham's face. He was free. Thanks, Jake. Not a problem, Libby, he said with a wink. I hear the couple has written their own vows, the minister said. Mr. Alexander, I'll hand it over to you. Libby, there are no words to describe what this moment means to me. But that's all this is. It's a moment. A triumphant celebration in a long line of celebrations I want to have with you for the rest of my life. This isn't an end point or a final leg of the race. It's the beginning of something new between us. And I want you to understand that I know that. I know it doesn't end here. I know this isn't the end goal for us, and no matter what I have to do, no matter where I have to go, as long as you are happy and taken care of, I don't care. Nothing else matters to me. I love you, Libby. I loved you the moment I saw you hold my sons. I loved you the moment you told me you were pregnant, and I will always love you, no matter what comes our way. I watched as Graham slipped my wedding ring onto my finger. My tears no longer held back. I felt them dripping down my cheek, and I watched as they fell to the top of Graham's hand. He cupped my chin and raised my head, then swiped his thumb along my tears. And then my own vows flew from my lips. I never saw this for myself, I said. I knew I wanted it. I wanted a husband, children, a family. But I never saw it happening. I never saw it coming to fruition. The day I met you, when you came to my rescue at that wedding, I was taken by you. Entranced and completely confused as to why a man like you would stick by the side of a woman like me. You, a strong, capable, confident man. And me, a quiet, timid, lifeless woman. But you taught me something, Graham. You taught me that I was none of those things. You showed me what it meant to be better with someone. You dug out within me what was always there, but I was too blind or scared or isolated to see it myself. I've loved you even before you had a name. Even before you had a face or a personality or a purpose, I have loved you. and I will do whatever it is within my power to make you happy, no matter what it costs me." I watched Graham's eyes well with tears before I turned my gaze to Lizzie. "I have something I'd like to tell you, Lizzie." I slipped my hands from Graham, then bent down to her level and looked directly into her eyes. "Hey there," I said with a smile. "You look really pretty," Lizzie said. "Thank you. So do you," I said. "I want to tell you something." "Is everything okay?" she asked. "Oh, yes, everything's fine," I said. "But I have a promise to make you, too." "What is it?" she asked. "I promise to love your father, but I also promise to love you. I promise to always be there to tuck you in at night and read you a story. I promise to love you as much as I can for as long as I can. You and both of your brothers." "And my sister?" Her hand planted against my stomach as tears sprang to my eyes again. "And your sister," I said breathlessly. "I promise to always be there to cheer you on. I promise to be the biggest fan of your life. I promise to protect you in all the ways I can and fight with you as you grow older to make sure you stay on a path that is good, just, and worthy of the pride of your father. I promise that I will never try to replace anything you don't want me to replace, and I promise you, no matter what, I will always be there to love you. No matter what you do, good or bad, no matter where it lands you, I will always be there to love you." Lizzie threw her arms around my neck and buried her face into my body. I felt her shoulders shaking as tears barreled down my cheeks. Lizzie was so precious to me. They all were. Deacon and Daniel were clapping and giggling as Jake struggled with them in his arms. "I love you, Mommy," Lizzie said in my ear. I curled my lips into my mouth as I picked her up in my arms. "I love you too, Lizzie," I said breathlessly. I turned around to see Graham's cheeks stained with tears. I watched him take Deacon from Jake's arms as Joanna handed me his wedding ring. I slipped it onto his finger, bringing the back of his hand to my lips to kiss. Then the minister cleared his throat. "By the power vested in me by the state of Illinois, I now pronounce you husband and wife. Mr. Alexander, kiss your beautiful bride." Graham wrapped his arm around me and planted a kiss directly onto my lips. Lizzie wrapped her arms around our necks, pulling us both in for hugs. The audience behind us erupted into glorious applause, a ruckus of noise that drowned out Daniel and Deacon's grunting and groaning to get down and run around. "Should we let them take off?" I asked. "I think we should," Graham said. We put the kids down and they took off down the aisle. I held Graham's hand tightly. Leaning into him as I waddled down the aisle, I could hear Jake and Joanna talking about the reception behind us and which one of them was going to field which kid. But all I could think about was the man at my side. The strong, handsome, intelligent man with a heart of gold, a body of steel, and a soul filled with pride. "I love you, Graham Alexander," I said as we walked out to the limo. "And I love you, Libby Alexander."
1 year later. Graham.
"Daddy, story time!"
Not tonight, Daniel, but I promise you, tomorrow night I'll read you 2 stories, okay?
"Please, Daddy, story time?"
Deacon asked. "No, Deke. Mommy and I are going to spend some time together," I said.
"Mommy story time?"
Daniel asked. Knock, knock. I looked up at Libby as she smiled from the doorway. The boys took off from their beds, catapulting their bodies at her. She bent down and wrapped her arms around them, then hoisted them into the air.
Their little legs were kicking as she slathered them in kisses, their giggles filling their big boy bedroom. "Story time!" Daniel exclaimed. "Please?" Deacon asked. "How about a short one?" Libby asked. "But it's got to be really short, okay?" "Yay! Mommy's story time!" Daniel said. I shook my head and got up from the floor. Libby could never resist the boys at story time. I walked over to her and kissed her forehead, then stood by the door and watched as she tucked the boys in. They wiggled around while she blew into their necks, making noises they thought were hysterical before tucking them in tightly. "Story time now?" Deacon asked. Okay, my impatient little boys. Ready?" Libby asked. I crossed my arms over my chest as I leaned against the doorway. There once was a prince in a tall, magical castle, and he was trapped by an evil witch. "Why the prince?" Deacon asked. "Just listen. I promise it'll make sense," Libby said. I had to admit, I was intrigued with where she was going as well. This handsome prince was trapped in his castle, pulled between his duties and his loneliness. He felt trapped, alone in his world, with nothing to do but work to pass his time. Then one day, a beautiful woman comes stumbling into the castle from the cold. The king is harsh to her, tries to turn her away and send her back out into the snow. "Stupid king," Deacon said. "Beat him up," Daniel said. And that's what the prince wanted to do, Libby said. He was appalled. He told his father he couldn't simply turn a young woman back out into the cold. She'd get sick. But the king still washed his hands of it, telling his son that if he wanted to bring her in, she was his responsibility. "Next?" Deacon asked. "What happened next was this," Libby said. She came into the castle and went up to the prince's tower. She saw how lonely he was and how hard he worked. So she decided to try and get the prince to have fun. And they had lots of it. Playing tag in the dark corridors, eating way too much food, pillow fights. "Pillow fights!" Daniel said. "Snack?" Deacon asked. "In the morning when you get up," Libby said with a smile. But the prince and the woman from the cold, they had a lot of fun. So much fun, in fact, that the prince wanted to keep her around. Forever. "Trap her?" Daniel asked. No, he didn't want to trap her. He wanted to marry her, Libby said. "Like you and Daddy," Deacon said. "Like me and Daddy, yes," she said. The prince proposed, the woman from the cold accepted, and despite anything and everything people told them, they lived happily ever after. "'Nother one?" Daniel asked. "Sorry, boys, now it's time for bed," Libby said. "Please?" Deacon asked. "I thought I heard something about Daddy reading you 2 stories tomorrow night. I'll make sure to hold him to it." Libby looked back at me and winked as I gazed upon her beautiful form. She kissed the boys goodnight and walked to me, her eyes sparkling with delight. She switched their light off and closed the door behind her, but I couldn't take my eyes off her. "Interesting that you didn't make the woman a princess," I said. "Why would she have to be a princess in order to marry a prince?" she asked. I went to dip my lips to hers just as Charlotte started crying. I snickered and shook my head, then placed my forehead against Libby's. "Is Lizzie in bed?" I asked. "Out like a light, cuddling with Mozart as usual," she said. "But Charlotte's being a little difficult tonight. I don't know if we should leave her." "I heard that," the nanny said. "And the 2 of you are fine. Get out of here before you miss your reservations at the restaurant." "But what if Charlotte needs me?" Libby asked. "She's always going to need you. You're her mother. But I need you too. Charlotte's almost a year old, and you need time to decompress. She's been a difficult child." "What if she gets sick again, Graham?" "That's why we're only 15 minutes away," I said. "I've booked us a wonderful dinner and a decadent hotel suite for the night. I want to be with my wife, but I'm not the kind of man to sacrifice my children's needs in order to have that. If something happens, we're close. I promise you." I bent over and kissed her forehead, trying to alleviate the fear she had. Things had been difficult when Charlotte came along. Labor was horrendous on Libby, and invasive medical procedures were needed to get Charlotte out. It took almost 3 months for Libby to recuperate from all that had happened. And on top of all of that, Charlotte seemed to contract every illness a newborn could experience. Croup, hand-foot-mouth, thrush, 2 different viruses, not to mention the fact that Charlotte had been a colicky child, so for 5 months Libby didn't get much sleep. It was time for her to have an evening to herself. It was time for us to get away, if only for a night.
"Can I go see her really quickly?"
Libby asked. "Of course. I'll come with you," I said. The 2 of us made our way into Charlotte's room. The nanny was bouncing Charlotte in her arms, trying to quell the crying of our daughter. Libby reached her arms out instinctively and cradled Charlotte close, like she was holding a porcelain doll she purchased from a china shop.
"I love you, Char. You know that, right?"
Libby asked. "I promise we'll be home soon," I said. I bent down to kiss my daughter's head, smiling as she giggled and blew spit bubbles. That was something she had in common with her brothers. The 3 of them loved to blow bubbles, in their milk, with their mouths, with actual soapy bubbles. I smiled as I pulled away and watched Libby kiss her chubby little cheek.
"I love you, baby girl," she said with a whisper. "Mommy will be home tomorrow afternoon."
Reluctantly, Libby passed Charlotte back to the nanny. I slipped my arm around her waist and led her from the room, but Libby was craning to take one last look. The 2 of them had been attached at the hip ever since our daughter had been born, up all night with crying and sickly episodes and cuddling between us in bed for comfort. I could feel Libby shaking with nerves as we left the house to get into our car. She was so worried about leaving the children, and I was concerned it was going to ruin our night out. "Just relax," I said. "The kids are fine, I promise."
"How can you do this?" Libby asked. "How could you leave them while we were—"
I opened the car and helped her in, then bent down and kissed her forehead. I had to remind myself that I was important as well, that I had things I required in my life that didn't make me a selfish parent. It isn't bad to want to get away, Libby. It isn't bad to want to take some time to yourself. I've gone through this 2 times already, so I can help you with what you're feeling. But you have to let me, okay?" She nodded her head as tears rose to her eyes. "I promise this is going to be a wonderful night. Just trust me," I said.
"I do trust you, with all my heart."
"Then sit back and let's go get some dinner." I shut her door before I wrapped around to the side of the car. I hopped in and took her hand, lacing our fingers together tightly. She was clinging to me, like she always did when she didn't know what else to do. It was a constant reminder of the fact that we would make it. In times of distress, when most couples pulled apart from one another, we clung closer. I gripped her hand back before bringing it to my lips. Then we pulled away from the house.
"Where are we going for dinner?" Libby asked.
"Alinea," I said.
"Oh no, Graham. That place is way too expensive."
"I've had these reservations for weeks. I'm taking you out and treating you to a night you deserve," I said.
"We could have just gone to, I don't know, get chicken wings or something?"
I chuckled and shook my head as we headed into the heart of Chicago. "I'm not using our first night out since Charlotte was born to go get chicken wings, Libby. We make those at home all the time."
"Correction, I make those at home all the time," she said.
"Correction, then. I eat them at home all the time, which means I'm not going to spend my night out eating more of the same. Let me spoil you, Libby. You never let me do that."
"Because it's not required."
"Just because it isn't required doesn't mean I don't have to do it. I still want to, Libby. You're my wife, the mother of my children, the love of my life. Let me do something nice for you for a change," I said, You make it sound like I do nice things for you all the time. Because you do, I said. You quit your jobs to raise my children. You moved in and compromised going on a honeymoon because of how sick Char's been through her first year of life. You adopted my 3 children the minute the judge would let you. You've supported me through all the business ventures I've taken and woken up during all hours of the night so I can talk to you when I'm away on business trips. You clean our home, despite the fact that I have a maid come in once a week to do it. You cook even when I've got a chef on retainer to help you out. You do more for those kids than any woman who's ever come into their lives, despite the fact that we have a nanny. And not once have you complained about it. Ever. I love you, Graham. That's my role in your life. And I'm proud of it. That doesn't mean you have to treat me to nice things. I want to do those things for our family, she said. And I want to do these types of things for you because of what you do for our family, I said. Libby nodded her head as her thumb started to trace circles onto the top of my skin. Never in my life had I had to fight with a woman in order to get permission to spoil her. Every other woman I had ever been with had no issues taking my money any time I offered. With Libby, it was like pulling teeth. But it was another reason why I loved her. It was how I knew she was with me and not my success. I knew I could go bankrupt the next day and she would still stick by my side. Why? Because my money wasn't what she was after. I was. And tonight, I would show her what it felt like to still be pursued. I would show her what it felt like to be the woman underneath my body. It had been months since I'd enjoyed her the way I wanted to, taken my time with her, and explored all of the ways her body had changed since having Charlotte. We would enjoy a decadent dinner before checking into our hotel suite. Then I would show her how much I wanted her. I would show her just how much I still craved her.
Libby. Dinner was incredible. Graham had reserved this back room for us to enjoy, complete with a roaring fireplace. The meal had 8 courses in all, with small wine pairings for each section. By the time we were done, I was very full and feeling very relaxed. The nanny had sent Graham a picture of Charlotte sleeping in her crib, and that provided me with some relief. I missed her. I missed our family. And I would miss the children piling into our bed first thing in the morning before I got up to make everyone breakfast. But looking across the table at Graham was something I desperately needed. The way his strong body cut a suit tugged at a part of me I hadn't indulged since before Charlotte was born. His piercing blue eyes sparkled with the crackling fire at our sides, and his long, dexterous fingers wrapped around his wineglass with a grip I wanted to feel on my skin. Dinner was wonderful, but the hotel room was what I was looking forward to. Because I knew what he wanted, and I wanted it in return. "Shall we?" Graham asked. "I cannot wait for you to see this room." He led me back out to his car and whisked me away to the hotel. We checked in with our small overnight bags in hand, then made our way to the elevator. His hand was massaging the small of my back, and it took every ounce of energy I had not to moan in the elevator. The few times we were intimate over the past year, they had to be quick. They were sneaky and desperate, simply for stress release and nothing else. I was looking forward to getting my hands on him. I couldn't wait to trace every outline of his throbbing muscles with my tongue. But before I could put my hands on him, his lips crashed into mine, and he was shoving me into the penthouse suite of the hotel. Our bags dropped to the floor as my hands rushed to his hair. I gripped tightly into the thickness of his locks, our teeth clattering together in desperation. He backed me into the couch as his hands slid up my dress, his palms massaging the growing thickness of my thighs. He growled into my lips, a sensual sound that sent shivers up my spine. I could feel his massive cock pulsing against my leg. Piece by piece, our clothes dropped to the floor until we were clad in nothing but our skin. His lips were hot on my neck as his hands danced over my ass, grabbing it in handfuls before pinning me to the wall of windows. I felt the coolness of the glass hit my back and gasped. His mouth placed open kisses along my chest as my legs wrapped around his waist. He pressed his body into mine, pinning me to the massive window that overlooked Chicago. Then he palmed my breast before pulling my nipple between his lips. "Fuck, Graham. I've missed this. I've missed you. Please don't make me wait." In one fell swoop, Graham sheathed himself within me. His cock pressed against my walls, expanding me as my arousal dripped down his girth. I groaned and whimpered as his tongue lapped at my nipple, sending electricity coursing through my veins. I tugged on his hair and crashed our lips back together as his hips began to roll. His hands planted onto either side of my head. My arms slid around his neck, clinging to him as his cock filled me to the brim. I reached down and parted my pussy folds, allowing my clit to rake across his tightly wound curls. Holy hell, how I had missed this man. He pulled me from the glass and held me close as he stumbled backwards. He fell to the couch and planted himself there as my knees sank into the pillowy cushions. I rode his cock as his hands curled into the meat of my hips. I pressed myself into him, my hands sliding down his chiseled arms and raking over his sculpted chest. He was beautiful, with his jaw clenched and his lower lip caught between his teeth. I could feel his dick throbbing against my walls. I could feel his hips stuttering their movements underneath mine. I planted my hands into the couch behind his head and slammed down onto him, breathing in his panting air as our lips hovered over one another. "I love you," Graham said. "So much. Libby, I'm so close. Shit. A little. Yes. Oh, shit." I dipped my lips into Graham's neck as his cock exploded inside me. His hips shook against my body as his fingertips curled deeply into my flesh. I clung to him, burying my face into his skin as I nipped and sucked at his body. The unsung fire crackling in my veins was begging to be free. My clit was throbbing for release. Then I felt it. I felt Graham's fingers work their way between my dripping pussy folds. "I'm not nearly finished with you yet," he said. In an instant, I was on my back on the couch. My leg was thrown around his shoulder and I was pinned underneath his rock-hard body. His thick cock dove into my depths, pounding into me as my tits jumped in his face. His fingers worked me effortlessly, pressing and rubbing and circling my swollen clit. I gasped and groaned. I fisted the pillows on the couch and rolled my hips into his. He slammed into me, skin slapping skin, filling the penthouse as my body arched into him. "That's it. Come for me, Libby. Let me feel that beautiful body shake." My toes curled and my jaw unhinged as his words heated my core. His fingers pressed deeply into my clit, sending me over the edge. White-hot passion coursed through my veins as I panted and breathed his name. My pussy clamped down around his dick, pulling him deeper than I'd ever felt him before. My hands sank into his chiseled thighs, leaving crescent marks behind on his skin as he sucked on my lower lip. My body was buzzing with pleasure, and he was the source of it. The two of us collapsed onto the couch, panting and heaving for air. I felt his arousal dripping from between my legs as it soaked the couch beneath our bodies. I felt him crumble into me, his entire body shaking as I held him close to my body. I lined his neck with kisses as the two of us recuperated. "My tolerance isn't what it used to be," Graham said. "Don't worry, you're not alone in that arena," I said breathlessly. "I love you, Libby." "I love you too, Graham." "And thank you." "For what?" he asked. for insisting I get out with you tonight. I've missed this. This connection between us. I've missed it too, he said as he nuzzled into my neck. Thank you for trusting me. I felt his cock growing again against my leg, and I grinned into his skin. I giggled as he pulled me up from the couch, our bodies reclining against the arm of it. Our foreheads connected as I smiled, my eyes gazing into the shivering blue irises of the man I'd fully given my life to. Do you regret not having a honeymoon? Graham asked. With everything that's happened with Charlotte, not one bit. I like how our story played out. I even thank Tony from time to time, I laughed. I don't need an expensive honeymoon to enjoy my husband, I said. What if I wanted to take you on one? He asked. What do you mean? I asked. It isn't for another couple of months, but I know you said you always wanted to go to the Maldives. Graham, what did you do? I asked. I may have booked us a private bungalow for 2 weeks. 2 weeks? I asked. We can't leave the kids for 2 weeks? Who said we would be leaving the kids? What? I asked. I know it's been hard on you tonight, getting away from them. I wouldn't do something like that to you. But you deserve a honeymoon, and I want to give it to you. How would we do something like that with the kids around? Bring the nanny. We have our own private bungalow, and she's got one with the kids. Are we still speaking in hypotheticals? I asked. Were we ever? A massive smile crawled across my cheeks as I threw myself at Graham. He chuckled into my skin as I wrapped around him, wiggling in his lap and squealing with delight. We're going to the Maldives, I said. As a family. I wouldn't have it any other way. But there is one thing we have to fix before we go. What's that? I asked. I watched his eyes darken as he picked me up from the couch. We need to work on this tolerance thing. I intend on taking full advantage of our nanny being there, and these 15-minute sessions are not cutting it. Then I guess we should get a start on that, I said with a grin. I guess we should. He walked me into our bedroom for the night and lowered me to the mattress. Our lips connected once more as fire shot through my veins, his cock pulsing quickly against my thigh. His hands traced the outline of the stretch marks on my stomach as I jumped at his touch, fighting between pulling away and pressing into him for more. His tongue slid the roof of my mouth, causing wetness to pool between my legs again. I love you, I said breathlessly. Graham pulled his head from me and opened his eyes as his hand cupped my cheek. And I love you, Libby. Forever and for always. This concludes Quadruplets Make 6 by Nicole Elliot, narrated by Kendall Taylor and Jeremy York. Copyright 2018 by Nicole Elliot. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Nicole Elliot, care of Pink Empire Publishing and Literary Management, and was produced in the year 2018 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.